The Phonomancer Player's Handbook by Sean William Manseau. Copyright 2023 Popular Psionics Press. For Eden. Part 1. Introducing Phonomancer. Chapter 1. Vieta Cave. If the Phonomancer Player's Handbook came with a waiver, it would be twice as long as the one Willy Wonka made the visiting kids and their guardians sign before they could enter his chocolate factory. Popular Psionics Press is not responsible if you acquire a new, life-upending set of values or become riddled with psychic parasites or mutate into a shamanic superhero or fear for your sanity or all the above. The practices described in this manual are intended to inculcate mastery, not cause harm. Only those who meet a baseline of mental health, psychedelic experience, and emotional toughness should attempt them. Chapter 2. Welcome to Phonomancer. Phonomancer is a live-action role-playing game. You can play alone, or with up to 10 billion friends. It's somewhat akin to traditional fantasy role-playing games like Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. However, in AD&D, you create a character to go on adventures in an imaginary setting. In Phonomancer, you go on adventures in an imaginal setting to create your character. Chapter 3. It's a magic number. Phonomancer can be played at 3 levels: Basic, Advanced, and Expert. In Phonomancer Basic, you get high on psilocybin mushrooms and, while pretending to be a member of a 23rd century religion, get down at ritual magic jukebox musical dance parties. In Phonomancer Advanced, the game becomes a program for self-actualization as you incorporate additional beliefs and daily training practices intended to improve your performance in the jukebox musicals and everyday life. In Phonomancer Expert, you strive to become a self-aware game piece in a cosmic contest that ends either in humanity's destruction or its apotheosis. Part 2. Phonomancer Foundations, Parareality Games. Chapter 1. God is real but religions are make-believe. The great religions are based on stories of miraculous events, the Buddha achieving perfect enlightenment after meditating for 49 days under the Bodhi tree, Jesus Christ expiring on a cross, then returning from the dead 3 days later, Muhammad receiving the Quran from the Archangel Gabriel, etc. There is no way to prove these events actually happened. The accounts we have were written down decades after the supposed fact, and not by eyewitnesses. Until someone invents a time machine and goes back to record some video, all we can really, truly, honestly say is that these stories are probably, kind of made up. Quasi-fictional. Imaginally true, maybe. That's all they need to be. Real effects. Make-believe is a form of consensual play in which participants act as if certain conditions pertain. Throughout history, by adopting the concepts, beliefs, and practices described in quasi-fictional, imaginally true sacred stories. By playing make-believe, adherents of traditional religions in their millions have opened themselves to a dimension of existence that excites devotion. Or reverence. Or terror. Or all of that and then some. Let's call it ultimate reality. While not objectively verifiable, it can be subjectively undeniable. Repeated exposure to this ultimate reality tends to promote changes in personality we associate with saints, tzaddiks, and arhats, piety, loving-kindness, compassion, and selflessness. It can even grant paranormal knowledge and insight. Sometimes individuals having these experiences come to have great influence on their cultures. And these cultures shape history. So while religions may be make-believe, God, to use the standard American English term, makes real effects. Chapter 2. How Jesus Did It. Here's a model for how religions start. The imagination of an individual confronted by ultimate reality spontaneously creates emotionally charged symbols that represent the contents of a literally unthinkable experience. In the aftermath of this confrontation, the experiencer integrates it into their everyday life by creating a story based on these symbols. By teaching other people this story and convincing them to treat it as true, the confronted individual helps them achieve their own experiences which, being conditioned by the original tale, will tend to include its foundational symbols, i.e., representations of God. Collective experiences of God create an imaginal reality in which adherents may reside. If enough people accept the imaginal reality, it becomes consensus reality. Chapter 3. Still a magic number. Experiences of ultimate reality that create consensus realities can be sorted into three broad categories: ultimate reality as person, e.g. Hinduism, paganism, Judaism and its monotheistic descendants, etc. Ultimate reality as void, e.g. Buddhism, Advaita Vedanta, apophatic theology, etc. Ultimate reality as matrix, example, animism, shamanism, Dionism, and so on. As traditional beliefs, these are mutually excluding. To accept one version of the transcendent as absolutely correct invalidates the lived experience of millions of people. Chapter 4. They must be screwed. In other words, if you believe deliverance depends on a penetrating insight into the ultimate nature of reality as emptiness, then someone else's lifetime of submission to Allah won't save them from samsaric rebirth. Or if you're convinced no one comes to the Father except through Jesus Christ, then Shaivite sadhus must be screwed. Chapter 5. Absolutely not. Those who think versions of ultimate reality that contradict their own must be mistaken are unaware of the extent to which their instructional stories have filtered and shaped their experiences. They've mistaken their religious make-believe for absolute truth. Conflicts arising from such ignorance have led to incredible violence. And they stymie the very point of spirituality, which is increasing humanity's understanding of the divine mystery that confronts us. Chapter 6. Beliefs determine reality. Pararealism is the recognition that by acting as an interpretative filter on events, beliefs determine reality. This is especially true when dealing with the transcendent. It's the philosophical foundation for the claim that all religions are games of make-believe that can yield real-world results. Inherent in that claim is a solution to the problems of violence and retarded progress posed by religion as traditionally practiced. If all religions are essentially games, then perhaps the innovational history of religion doesn't have to be over. Perhaps we are free to come up with new and ever more sophisticated and involving and efficacious games. Games which acknowledge as legitimate all categorical experiences of ultimate reality, because each is an optimal outcome of specific activities based on an interpretive model. Pararealists refer to these ever more sophisticated and involving and efficacious forms of religious make-believe as parareality games. Chapter 7. De Gustibus non estate disputandum. Parareality games are complete out-of-the-box systems of concepts, practices, and beliefs that enable experiences of the transcendent while simultaneously creating community in which such experiences may be anchored. Pararealists play parareality games to achieve gnosis, not the direct and immediate knowledge of God. They regard gnosis as foundational to both their personal well-being and that of their civilization. It's important to note that when it comes to parareality games, it's all a matter of taste. No parareality game has a lock on truth. No parareality game is the parareality game. There can be as many kinds of fruitful parareality games as there are artists to design them and people willing to play them. Phonomancer is a parareality game. Chapter 8. That's some pig. The validity of any method that claims to help its practitioners experience God is a function of the intensity of those experiences. Phonomancer delivers, and how. Chapter 9. Deliverance system. Phonomancer's core game mechanic is based on the Phonomantic method, a set of assertions, concepts, and techniques that help develop skill with psychedelics and eventually allow one to exert a measure of control over the psychedelic experience. The Phonomantic method also makes possible scalable group psychedelic ceremonies that serve as the field where games of Phonomancer are played. A Phonomantic credo describes the assertions. Phonomancy is the set of techniques. The Phonomantic triad contains the concepts. Phonomantic rites and entheotainments create the infrastructure necessary for collective rituals. Part 3. Phonomancer Foundations, the Phonomantic Method. Chapter 1. Credo. The Phonomantic method rests on two assertions. 1. God is real. 2. Phonomancy is a reliable means for achieving direct knowledge of God. Phonomancers, i.e., those who practice phonomancy, are psychonauts, ontological spelunkers, and astral psychologists who, by accepting these statements as credo, have made a pararealist decision to interpret their experiences in explicitly religious terms. While the images and concepts of God obtained by any system of mystical praxis shouldn't be taken literally, they should be interpreted symbolically and taken seriously. The visions that result from practicing the Phonomantic method are valid contributions to humankind's understanding of the purpose of our existence and the nature of ultimate reality. Chapter 2. No, you've got your pop culture in my psychedelic shamanism. Phonomancy is stylish DIY entheogenic shamanism rooted in 20th century popular culture and powered by 21st century technology. It's based on dancing and singing along to popular recorded music while in a psychedelically altered state of consciousness. Eventually, it includes complex psychological tasks, visualization exercises, and sacerdotal oblations. Chapter 3. How to get a little one-on-one time with your deity of choice. Phonomancy depends on the following premises. Every modern recorded popular song has been carefully engineered to create in its listener a specific emotional response, or target emotion. Psilocybin mushrooms tend to amplify emotional states. By listening to lyric-based music while in a psychedelically altered state of consciousness, one can have an amplified experience of a song's target emotion. Concentrating on this amplified target emotional state, a subject can influence the character and contents of her, his, or their closed-eye visuals, CEV, which can include the kind of imagery associated with hypnagogic or dreaming states of consciousness. If, while in an altered state, a subject can feel an emotion to a degree that passes a certain threshold of intensity, they are no longer feeling their personal emotion, but connecting to the collective human experience of that emotion, i.e., its Jungian archetype. Along with the psychic and somatic energies released by this archetypal activation, God forms can spontaneously emerge in one's visionary space. These may be identical to culturally established images of the divine, or entirely novel. In this state, any co-arising thoughts or images tend to be interpreted as direct communication from God. This kind of direct and immediate knowing of the divine is referred to as gnosis. Gnosis is the primary goal of phonomancy. Chapter 4. Not just getting high to the dark side of the moon. If taking mushrooms, listening to music, and enjoying the resulting mental fireworks was all there is to phonomancy, then really it wouldn't be any different than getting high and listening to Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon. But phonomancy is a technique-based psychospiritual exercise method like yoga or Tai Chi. With practice your performance improves, and mastery can consistently yield what the psychologist Abraham Maslow called peak experiences, those rare, exciting, oceanic, deeply moving, exhilarating, elevating experiences that generate an advanced form of perceiving reality, and are even mystical and magical in their effect upon the experiencer. The three foundational phonomantic techniques are immersion, attention, and contemplation. Immersion. Phonomancy requires you to be able to let go and get into it. This is something most of us do quite naturally while listening to music, especially when we're alone in the car or standing in front of our bedroom mirror with a hairbrush for a microphone. We unself-consciously pretend we are the vocalist whose performance we are enjoying, and we unconsciously identify with characters in the story the lyrics are telling. We let sad songs make us melancholy, and aggressive songs psych us up, and joyful songs glad to be alive. If you have a difficult time responding emotionally to music, phonomancy probably won't work for you. The most amusing way to immerse yourself in a song is to dance and or sing along. Dancing. Phonomancy can be done sitting down, but it's way more fun if you get up and dance. A lot of people are shy about dancing, or even claim they can't dance. But if you're ambulatory, you can dance. Maybe it'll feel awkward at first. It's worth doing anyway. With some instruction and practice, you can learn to dance well enough to embody the target emotions of the songs you're working with, and when playing Phonomancer with others, dancing becomes an act of service. It amplifies the spiritual energy in the room. Singing. In the Phonomantic method, immersion prepares you for a state of ecstatic trance. The word ecstasy comes from two Greek roots, ex, outside, and stasis, constraint. This constraint is your limiting sense of self. Here are a few ways Phonomantic singing helps you escape it. Singing along to a recording helps you enter a song's emotional space essential for getting into it. Due to increased oxygen intake and the vibration of the skull and torso, it also creates a state of physical arousal. This can intensify your experience of a song's target emotion. By making it easier to identify with the vocalist on the recording, singing loosens the bonds of ego and opens you to spirit. And last but definitely not least, singing along with other people creates an experience of togetherness, even fusion. Attention. Psychedelic mushrooms increase distractibility. To achieve your most basic Phonomantic goals, like staying on task, you need to be able to maintain attention. Further on in your development, highly focused attention will be the key to venturing into the deepest layers of your unconscious mind, as well as accurately reporting what you find there. Contemplation. Contemplation becomes practical when the other skills mentioned become relatively effortless. Merging with a mental image of the goddess, conducting psychological self-inquiry, or consciously choosing to relive a painful memory to purge negative emotions are all forms of Phonomantic contemplation. In the sections of this manual that describe playing Phonomancer at the advanced and expert levels, we'll discuss such psychospiritual exercises in detail. Chapter 5. Praxis makes perfect. Praxis is history-making action that transforms the world in which the practice is carried out. So what does phonomancy look like in action? Phonomancy can be as simple as a child picking out Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the piano, or as complicated as Arthur Rubinstein thundering through Chopin's double thirds etude. Let's break down doing phonomancy at each level of Phonomancer using a classic song by pop demigods Blondie. Atomic appears in a musical liturgy called the Transcendental Disco, which is part of the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret, the entheogenic included with this manual. Phonomancer Basic Atomic. Early in the Transcendental Disco, its heroine falls in love at first sight, even though that's the last thing she needs. The dramatic situation explains the emotional gestalt you as participant are trying to feel, exultant joy mixed with terror. As Atomic starts to play, listen intently to the propulsive rhythms and soaring vocals. Get up and join the other participants with the goal of losing yourself in the moment. As you dance, close your eyes and imagine yourself as the young woman in the narrative. You meet a seductive stranger on the dance floor. You've never felt so attracted to anyone, it's almost a supernatural force. The sound of the music and your aesthetic emotion mix alchemically with the psychedelic effects of the mushrooms until you are almost swooning with desire. In your mind's eye you see images that glow with the power of Eros. It's a total blast. Phonomancer Advanced Atomic. With Atomic, the heroine has reached the call to adventure stage of the hero's journey. In Phonomancer each such stage is associated with an archetype. In this case, it's an archetypal situation, falling in love at first sight. To explore it, recall a time from your own life when you fell hard and fast. Visualize it as vividly as you can. Feel those feelings again. Harnessing the effect-amplifying effects of the mushrooms, try to bring your emotions to boiling intensity. At the same time, dance and sing along to one of the greatest pop songs of the 1980s. Dancing helps you embody complex emotion, and as you join your voice with the people around you it creates an ecstatic easing of egoic strictures. Phonomancer Expert Atomic. For expert players, the ritual actions and psychospiritual exercises performed at the basic and advanced levels are just preparation for visionary worship of the goddess. As Atomic plays, begin by visualizing Blondie vocalist Debbie Harry in all her new wave pin-up glory. Concentrate on the lyrics she is singing, they address a you. Make believe that you is you. Via intense concentration, soon you are discerning in the music harmonics of new information. It's like the song has become a carrier wave, and now it is not Debbie Harry singing, but the goddess herself. Then something incredible happens. Spirit illumines the image you are holding in your mind's eye like sunlight streaming through a stained glass window. It comes to life. This sparks powerful frisson, a sense of shivering delight that keeps growing until it becomes overwhelming. On the video screens, the Phonomantic music video for Atomic shows footage from nuclear bomb tests, and in your head visions explode with similar intensity. You see the goddess, as clearly as you might in a lucid dream, but more importantly, you feel her presence. The goddess is real. She is singing her desire for you. Utterly carried away, you cry out with love and fall to your knees, clutching your head and babbling gratitude. Then the song is over. You pick yourself up, laughing in amazement and high-fiving your friends. Phonomancy has worked its magic yet again. Chapter 6, An Objectively Good Time. Phonomancy can be employed in the pursuit of 5 objectives: recreation, consciousness exploration, self-actualization, individuation, and religioning. Recreation. Taking mushrooms is fun. Listening to music on mushrooms can be revelatory. Singing on mushrooms feels amazing. Combine those elements in a party atmosphere in which you've congregated with friends to enjoy favorite songs and engage in deeply weird and wild magical practices, and you've got a recipe for a good time. Consciousness exploration. Phonomancy arouses consciousness in a variety of ways, but it also develops the ability to stay on task even while in a distractible state. This visionary skill enables experienced phonomancers to push into superheroic dosages. The higher the dose, the deeper one can venture into the unconscious, eventually penetrating even the archetypal and causal layers of ultimate reality. With practice, you can maintain a near-sober level of cogitative organization even while in a deeply altered state of consciousness. This allows you to articulately narrate mystical and visionary experiences in real time on video, preserving details that might otherwise be lost under the continuous onslaught of psychedelic stimulation. Self-actualization. Self-actualization was Abraham Maslow's term for the ongoing process of realizing one's unique potentials. Unfortunately, old Abe didn't make any recommendations as to how exactly that might be accomplished. Phonomancy can help fill that gap in praxis. It makes demands on a trainee's physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, cognitive, creative, moral, and social capacities. When one works to develop those capacities to better perform phonomancy, the practice becomes a vehicle for self-actualization, especially when it results in gnosis. Maslow regarded peak experiences as evidence of self-actualization, and gnosis is the ne plus ultra peak experience. Individuation. The process of becoming the most integrated version of your unique self is called individuation. This outcome depends first on your willingness to differentiate your idea of who you are from the image you present to the world, and then on increasing your awareness of the contents of your unconscious mind. Phonomancy can be an exercise in psilocybin-fueled active imagination that by excavating psychological complexes speeds up individuation. Religioning. Your enjoyment of virtually any activity can be amplified by the presence of other people. Whether it's attending a monster truck rally, eating street tacos, playing bark, climbing El Capitan, or having sex, company makes things better. It's true for spirituality too. Parche, anchorites. Communal spiritual effort increases your sensitivity to the numinous, and a community of belief makes resulting experiences easier to integrate. Religioning is a neologism for something primal and timeless, people gathering in groups to access the sacred. Phonomancy can serve as a platform for religioning, one that is available to modern secular types who might otherwise consider religion a poison word. In this case, connection is based on a psychedelically inspired, mutually supported perception of ultimate reality. Group psychedelic practice could become the basis for future religions. If that leads to a societal reboot due to collective reorientation to the transcendent, psychedelic religioning might be the Ariadne's thread that leads our civilization out of its existential labyrinth. However, successful implementation of group psychedelic practice will require two things: readily understandable activities that people can perform together, and a way to teach people the self-control necessary to ensure any challenges that arise for them won't become somebody else's problem. Phonomancy offers the former, but creating the conditions for successful psychedelic religioning at any scale larger than the gathering of a few close friends requires the Phonomantic triad. Chapter 7. We love how much this sucks. Set and setting refers to the influence one's inner and outer environments have on the psychedelic experience. Since the early 1960s, it has been taken as conventional wisdom that the optimal set and setting was one in which potential physical and psychic discomforts have been minimized. To these considerations, the Phonomantic method adds structure, stress, and skill. This Phonomantic triad helps trainees develop supranormal psychological and spiritual capacities by teaching them to engage and overcome psychic discomforts. Chapter 8. Superstructured. Structure covers a lot of ground. First, it means committing to a schedule, i.e., a playlist of songs, during the psychedelic session. Next, it means organizing the playlist into a formal ceremony composed of ritual events. Third, it refers to the fact these ritual events will communicate narratives. Finally, the participant is tasked with performing ritual activities that effectively make her, or him, or them, the protagonist of these narratives. A ceremonial playlist of songs programmed in an order meant to convey a narrative which participants experience as protagonist is known as a phonomantic rite. Schedule. For hours is the length of the average psilocybin-based psychedelic journey, and the Phonomantic method requires you to plan out every minute, from ingestion to return to sobriety. This might seem impractical, if not impossible. But it is possible, and you can have deeper spiritual experiences and achieve greater personal development if you cultivate the discipline to follow a planned course of action even in an altered state of consciousness. Ceremony. Ceremonies set an experience apart from the general flow of experience. As such, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. A phonomantic rite should be organized in a manner that opens a space separate from ordinary reality, holds the space for specified ritual events, then closes the space to help participants re-enter the everyday world. Narrative. Stories convey meaning. The Phonomantic method employs this property of stories to amplify and anchor the impact of a psychedelic experience by placing it in nested imaginal contexts. At the top level, a phonomantic rite has a frame story. This frame story can be understood as the setting for a parareality game in which a problem is identified, the dire-ness of its threat established, and the participant invited to resolve the situation by overcoming challenges. These challenges usually involve identifying with the protagonist of several narratives delivered within the game's frame story. Success depends on the extent to which the participant can identify with and subjectively experience the protagonist's emotional response to trials and triumphs, i.e., feel those feelings. The feelings that arise from identification with a character in a story are aesthetic emotions. Aesthetic emotions experienced in a certain sequence trigger the explosive release of tension known as catharsis. In drama, catharsis is purification and purgation of emotions through dramatic art. In psychology, it's the expression of buried trauma, bringing it into consciousness and thereby releasing it permanently. In the Phonomantic method, both definitions apply, as well as a third, metaphysical meaning we'll discuss later. Activity. In the context of a phonomantic rite, achieving catharsis depends on the participant's ability to perform prescribed tasks that have ritual meaning. As a participant's skill increases, so does the complexity of the activities with which she or he or they can engage. Each task is foundational to the next. They accrue in layers. Ultimately, you perform many tasks simultaneously, in a gestalt. The initial ritual task is simply sticking to the playlist. Next is entering into the target emotional space of each song. The third is embodying this emotion by dancing. A fourth activity is amplifying the emotion by singing along. The fifth is changing one's experience of the song by interpreting the lyrics to mean something different than what the composers may have intended. Sixth is engaging in psychological self-inquiry and visualization exercises based in the song's target emotion. The seventh and final task is utilizing tertiary process thinking to open yourself to the experience of transpersonal energies. More on this later. Chapter 9. How to prepare for a battle of wits with a lisping Sicilian. Stress, in the sense of a state of mental or emotional strain or tension resulting from adverse or very demanding circumstances, is what set and setting was designed to mitigate. For people using psychedelics as part of a therapeutic attempt to heal old traumas or depression, that's important. The wounded need all the soothing calm they can get, the comfortable couch in the clinician's office, the headphones playing bark, the sitter nearby who can offer a reassuring hand. The psychologically healthy don't necessarily need that level of support. In fact, they may very well benefit from its opposite. Eustress. Stress is not always a bad thing. The endocrinologist Hans Seeley coined the term eustress, meaning good stress. Eustress is not defined by the stressor type, but rather how that stressor is perceived, example, a negative threat versus a positive challenge. Eustress can be understood as being the concept of hormesis applied to psychology. Hormesis, a term borrowed from toxicology, means the intermittent application of moderate stress to a system to elicit an adaptive response. You may recall the dread pirate Roberts in the book and film The Princess Bride, who took trace amounts of poisonous akin powder over time to build up an immunity he used to defeat a lisping Sicilian in a battle of wits. Hormesis. Hormesis can also be used to interpret the response of the human body to exercise. A body pushed to its limit in terms of force production will respond to mechanical stress by increasing muscle mass and bone density. A body pushed to its limit in terms of cardiovascular endurance via repeated sprints will increase its ability to metabolize oxygen. These beneficial adaptations to physical stress are systemic and involuntary. Analogous benefit from mental stress, though, depends on conscious framing. It's the decision to interpret the stress one experiences as beneficial that turns it into eustress. Eustresis? Homeostasis. The Phonomantic method evokes a positive adaptive response from consenting participants who are in an altered state of consciousness via the intermittent infliction of carefully titrated doses of stress. It works because the participants are eager to realize the myriad benefits such training offers. Stressor types. The stressors the Phonomantic method utilizes to stimulate adaptive response fall into 5 categories: dosage, environmental external, environmental internal, environmental transpersonal, and task-based. Dosage. The more of the substantia you take, the higher you get. Sometimes that's not as fun as it sounds. Powerful intoxication can be a source of physical, emotional, cognitive, and spiritual stress. Environmental external. Phonomantic rites staged as entheotainment can include flashing lights, aggressive music played at loud volume, performers in costume, narratives to follow, music videos, dramatic tableaus, fellow participants dealing with difficult experiences, and more. These elements are included to help shape the participant's experience but may prove so stimulating as to be a source of stress. Environmental internal. Phonomancy occasionally involves intentionally entering emotional states that may exhume painful memories, unhappy realizations, or otherwise inspire powerful feelings of uncanniness or alarm. These feelings can be a source of stress. Environmental transpersonal. Especially at high doses, participants are exposed to shamanic reality. During an entheotainment, actually, in any psychedelic experience, participants can have the subjective experience of encountering predatory or parasitic spiritual entities. Dealing with their active attempts to inflict harm can be a source of stress. On the flip side, one may also be exposed to frequencies of benevolent energy so powerful it's like being struck by a lightning bolt of love. Regaining cogitative organization in the aftermath of such experiences can also be a stressor. Task-based. Task-based stressors in phonomancy run the gamut from getting up on your feet to dance when stoner lassitude would prefer you stay in your chair, to sophisticated and challenging psychospiritual exercises such as invoking the archetypal sorrowful mother by meditating on William Adolphe Bouguereau's painting La Pietà while listening to a recording of a woman sobbing. Concentrating on such subtle experiences, then dealing with the emotional overwhelm they may cause, can be a source of stress. Progression. The Phonomantic method's use of titrated stress to elicit an adaptive response is based on a concept borrowed from the world of strength training: progressive resistance. Progressive resistance is when participants exercise their muscles against some type of resistance that is progressively increased as their strength improves. A smart strength trainee begins with a light weight and adds load over time in small increments, and only if good form is maintained. Use similar caution when introducing the stressors we've discussed. Just as a novice weightlifter should not try to squat 315 pounds just to see how they do, a tyro phonomancer would be ill-advised to jump in the deep end by attending a group ceremony on a 1/4 ounce of mushrooms. They would be overwhelmed and possibly traumatized. Chapter 10: The best kind of grown-up. Skill is the learned ability to accomplish specific tasks. In the context of the Phonomantic method, visionary skill refers to mastery of dosage, environmental, and task-based stressors. Not just tolerating them, but being able to harness the nervous arousal they cause to access deeper levels of consciousness. Phonomantic subskills. Visionary skill can be broken into 6 related but distinct subskills: courage, clarity, self-control, self-overcoming, antifragility, and emotional flexibility. Courage. Accomplishing your goals in the face of challenge requires courage. Courage is the ability to act despite fear. It's a personal quality, but also a skill that can be learned by doing. Clarity. In the Phonomantic method, clarity refers to a state of cogitative organization virtually indistinguishable from sober lucidity, a state maintained no matter how high the dose. Self-control. When practicing the Phonomantic method alone, self-control is mostly about not making decisions that will derail your intention. When practicing with others, monitoring and managing your behavior becomes paramount, because a lapse in your self-control can adversely affect the experience of those around you. Self-overcoming. Every once in a while in ceremony you just won't want to. It'd be easier to lay down and dream, or sit in your chair and laugh, or curl up on the floor and wait to die, than be on your feet dancing and doing the psychological work the Phonomantic method requires. These are all opportunities to develop the skill of self-overcoming. Antifragility. Antifragility is a property of systems that grow more robust in response to shocks and stress. Via the Phonomantic method, you can improve your capacity to absorb larger and larger shocks without getting overwhelmed. Emotional flexibility. Emotional flexibility is the ability to flexibly regulate emotions in a context-appropriate manner, and to recover from the primary emotional response when the context changes, thereby creating a best possible match with the ever-changing environment. Your ability to easily transition from one emotion to the next, especially ones that are uncommon in your experience, or even anathema to you, is a key Phonomantic skill. Transferability. While all these skills are being described in terms of how they are deployed in the context of a ceremonial performance of phonomancy, it should be emphasized that any courage, clarity, etc. that you develop while training with psychedelics will be available to you in everyday life. Phonomantic training is designed to help you self-actualize, that is, realize your highest potentials. These include your ability to stay focused and effective in the face of great stress, and to not need to relieve the discomfort it causes by inflicting it on others. Learning to navigate a high-intensity environment like an entheotainment while on a large dose of psychedelic will make you tougher, more patient, more open-hearted, more committed, and more fun. It'll help you become the best kind of grown-up. Chapter 11: Deep Playtime. Phonomantic rites can be trained alone or with friends, in private or in public. They can be dance parties held in your living room or elaborately staged participatory theatre designed to create a direct, immediate apprehension of the sacred. In the latter case, they're known as entheotainments. Entheotainment is a new art form. But it's likely also the return of something very old. Its definition could describe the purpose and content of mystery traditions like the rites at Eleusis in ancient Greece. Expressed as a recipe, it goes like this. Ingest a substance that alters perception and heightens emotion. In the company of like-minded and like-intentioned others, engage with a story-based spectacle that pulls you into another world. Supported by the belief of everyone around you, experience this other world and everything it contains as real, up to and including the gods and goddesses themselves. Feel your understanding of yourself and the universe crack wide open. Emerge from that experience supercharged by energies both phonic and celestial. Know you've been reborn. Return to the everyday world and find it similarly transformed. The modern incarnation of entheotainment is a jukebox musical dance party with narratives that are the raw material for deep-played games of make-believe. Deep play. Says writer Diane Ackerman, deep play is the ecstatic form of play. All the play elements are visible, but they are taken to intense and transcendent heights. It always involves the sacred and holy. She goes on to write, perhaps religion seems an unlikely example of playing, but if you look at religious rites and festivals, you'll see all the play elements, and also how deep that play can become. Religious rituals usually include dance, worship, music, and decoration. They swallow time. They are ecstatic, absorbing, rejuvenating. The word prayer derives from the Latin precarious, and contains the idea of uncertainty and risk. Will the entreaty be answered? Life or death may depend on the outcome. A portrait of the divine. In addition, as each entheotainment is also a portrait of the divine based on personal visionary experiences that have been illuminated by study and contemplation, they are opportunities to see God through the eyes of the creating artist, and hopefully gain a new perspective that improves your own understanding. Sometimes that artist even creates an elaborate mythology that places your experience of their work within a transcendent framework of meaning. At that point, the entheotainment becomes part of a system for personal, societal, and civilizational transformation. We call those systems parareality games. And so we come full circle from Chapter 2. Phonomancer is a parareality game. Wanna learn how to deep play? Part 4. Getting started with Phonomancer. Chapter 1, like the monkey starring in Flash Gordon. As with all the best games, learning to play Phonomancer is pretty easy, but getting good at it will take a few years of concerted effort, and mastery is the work of a lifetime. You begin by training with an entheotainment. We've thoughtfully included one in this edition of Phonomancer. It's called the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret. It was the first entheotainment, and many still count it as one of the best ever. The Shamanic Cabaret is a jukebox musical that draws on a wide variety of pop and rock music from the late 20th and early 21st centuries. It's got 1960s ballads, it's got hard rock, glam rock, orchestral pop, alternative rock, heavy metal, and Britpop from the 1970s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. It's got soul, new wave, electronic pop, and funk from the same periods. It includes songs from the late 90s indie rock band Neutral Milk Hotel. As eclectic as that list of genres is, or maybe because it's so eclectic, the Shamanic Cabaret may not be right for you. But there are lots of entheotainments out there, in lots of styles, and one of them is bound to appeal. Those who love the aforementioned music will find the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret has a carefully designed playlist of songs that help convey a wide range of emotional states and metaphysical ideas. It's gentle with beginners and poses monumental challenges to the experienced. Playing through the cabaret at the basic level, likely you'll just have a great time in a dazzling psychedelic discotheque as you imagine yourself and your friends as a bunch of fun-loving teeny bopper wizards who have found their way into the middle of a queen-scored swashbuckling space opera. Advanced phonomancers use the cabaret to find out what they are made of. They push the limits of their ability to tolerate stress and try to make it look easy. The cabaret is informed by a mythos that comprises a cosmogony, an ontology, a teleology, a soteriology, an eschatology, and an answer to the so-called problem of evil. Steeped in this mythos, expert phonomancers have the most exalting experiences of divinity and the most excruciating confrontations with the shadow of humanity. They believe their participation in the cabaret plays a vital role in a cosmic drama that impacts human survival. Chapter 2. Jeez Louise. What happened to Pretty Easy to Learn? To help you understand all this, we'll start by explaining how to set up for games of Phonomancer. We'll describe the purpose and ceremonial structure of the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret and give an overview of the objective and subjective activities it entails. Then we'll look at the goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts with which basic phonomancers should be familiar. These ideas will inform your experience of the shamanic cabaret. We'll repeat this process for the advanced and expert levels. With each review, more of the picture of how to play Phonomancer will emerge. But of course, the map is not the territory. At some point, you simply need to get in there and see for yourself. Take your dose, play through the cabaret, and take a big step into a deeper, wilder, altogether more meaningful existence. When you're ready for more, the information you need is here. Chapter 3, 23rd Century AV Club. Whether you're playing through the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret by yourself in your bedroom, in your basement with a few friends, or in an arena with thousands, there are some basic equipment requirements. Psychedelic substantia. Phonomancy is performed while under the influence of psilocybin mushrooms. Later we'll offer some guidelines for dosage. Right now let's just acknowledge that psychedelics are still very illegal in most parts of the United States. If in your eagerness to play Phonomancer you attempt to procure some mushrooms and run afoul of the authorities, you have our deepest sympathies. We hope your state joins us in the future soon. But we're definitely not encouraging lawbreaking. Before you play Phonomancer, wait until psychedelics are legal in your area, or go someplace where they are. Media files. The source movies for the Shamanic Cabaret are packaged as 5 video files. Introduction, Invocation, and Processional.mp4. The Stereomyth.mp4. The Transcendental Disco.mp4. The Anne Frank Working.mp4. Recessional and Afterparty.mp4. These files are available for download from www.firstchurchofdavidbowie.com. Total running time is about 4 hours. Media player. You'll need a laptop or desktop computer to play the movies and drive the audio and video equipment. It's a good idea to have a backup computer in case of technical issues. IT troubleshooting a crashing computer while you're on a big dose of mushrooms is an interesting experience, but so is trying to decide whether to cut the red or blue wire as you attempt to defuse a time bomb with 30 seconds left on the clock. Audio. Proper audio setup depends on your resources and the environment in which you'll be working. Headphones. For those living in an apartment situation where loud music would irritate the neighbors and/or pique the curiosity of police, headphones are a good option. Use the best headphones you can afford. Quality of music reproduction can have a direct effect on your ability to perform Phonomancy. The better the music sounds, the better chance you have of experiencing frisson and enjoying the visionary response it triggers. It is possible for 2 or more Phonomancers to work through an entheotainment together while wearing headphones, but it's less than ideal. In group situations, the goal is having a shared experience, and that means listening to the same physical sound source. Sound system. The ideal phonomantic environment is one in which you can crank up the tunes without bothering anyone, or anyone bothering you. A house in a remote location, or a soundproofed basement, or a recording studio, or a room in band rehearsal complex. Any of these can work well, although some will require more energetic cleansing than others to create a safe space in which to labor. To create an encompassing oral environment, PA mains should be situated around the ceremonial dance floor. Speakers may be wired with left and right stereo channels alternating. That way, no matter where one stands, the sound is balanced. Volume is an important part of phonomancy. Not only does it create an immersive experience, loud music vibrates the body, increasing the cymatic impact music has on psychedelic consciousness. Volume should be nightclub level, i.e., between 85 and 90 decibels. That's enough that participants can hear the recording over their own voices as they sing along, without being deafening. Earplugs should be available for those with sensitive ears. Video. People in a psychedelically altered state of consciousness are easily distracted. Entheotainments use video to help participants focus their attention. To that end, bigger is better. Use the largest screens you can. When bigger groups play together in larger spaces, multiple monitors should be arrayed around the room. Again, the goal is to create an immersive environment. The ritual space for an entheotainment is a dance floor. Participants should be able to face any direction they wish and still have access to visual input. Large productions. A full-scale production of an entheotainment requires a defined playing field. Within the nightclub or theater or church, walls are erected or curtains are hung that define a hexagon. At each corner of the hexagon stands a hexagonal platform 6 feet in diameter and 4 feet high. These platforms are where the instructional cadre of lead and rhythm phonomancers stand as they lead participants through the ceremony. Using LED strips or glow-in-the-dark tape, mark the dance floor with a honeycomb pattern of hexagons 4 feet in diameter. Each participant is assigned a hex as their inviolate training area. Once the entheotainment begins, they should remain within their assigned hex unless they need to leave the field. When exiting the dance floor, participants should follow the blue lines of the honeycomb pattern, rather than tramp through the spaces assigned to others. In addition to the large video screens arrayed around the room, cadre stages can be lit for dramatic effects. The dance floor environment can be enhanced with flashing lights, smoke machines, hologram projectors, etc. Use whatever you can think of to create intense aesthetic experiences that reinforce the song's target emotions. Live musicians can be added, additional actors, dancers in costume, even augmented reality technologies. There is no limit on how engaging and entertaining your entheotainments can become. Chapter 4: Everybody's in the Band. Although the first Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret is a jukebox musical, no distinction is made between performers and audience. For each attempt at a desired aesthetic moment, all participants are responsible to their fellow phonomancers for helping achieve the optimal result. You do this by playing to the best of your ability one of 4 ceremonial roles. Lead Phonomancer. The lead phonomancer is the shaman, go-go dancer, tribute act, group fitness instructor, and sacrificial victim who leads an entheotainment. They perform while working on a superheroic dose, a practice intended to demonstrate visionary virtuosity. They sing along to all tracks on the playlist. In addition, the lead phonomancer acts as a screen on which participants can project certain archetypes as part of the process of learning to recognize and integrate unconscious content. The lead phonomancer must maintain a global awareness of the energy of the room. While remaining mindful of their own interior experiences, their focus must be on creating the most advantageous ceremonial environment for participants. Generally, the role of lead phonomancer is played by the person in your group with the most experience, although in highly experienced bands members may alternate. Rhythm phonomancer. Rhythm phonomancers offer energetic support to the lead phonomancer. They also model for participants how to properly perform ritual actions in terms of how to dance and when to sing. Participants. Everyone present at an entheotainment not actively engaged as a lead or rhythm phonomancer is a participant. By performing prescribed actions, participants intensify their interior experience and can help everyone present get the most out of the game. However, it's understood that people new to entheotainments may have difficulty doing more than attending to their own trip. The baseline expectation of participants is that they do not disrupt the ceremony or otherwise distract the people around them. No meltdowns and no grandstanding and no climbing the walls. Be a grown-up. Guides. Guides are phonomancers who are attending ceremony but not partaking of the substantia. If a participant, or, rarely, a rhythm or even lead phonomancer, requests help or otherwise seems in need of attention, a guide brings them to the chill room and sits with them until they are ready to return. To make guides easy to spot, they wear the traditional costume of Dr. Shonda Froida, the character who leads the transcendental disco, mini dress, go-go boots, opera gloves, cape with glowing pendant, sunglasses, bobbed wig, all in shining white. Going solo versus playing in a band. Anyone playing through an entheotainment alone is referred to as a solo artist. A group of up to 6 phonomancers organizing an entheotainment are referred to as a band. As in a rock and roll band, everyone has a role to play. The lead phonomancer is analogous to the front person, the rhythm phonomancers to the rhythm section. Participants are the backup singers and dancers. Often, bands are friend groups who regularly gather outside of ceremony to train and rehearse. When multiple bands perform an entheotainment together, with one band acting as the training cadre leading the ceremony, it's referred to as a concert. A training cadre is composed of 1 lead phonomancer and 5 rhythm phonomancers. For large-scale concerts, another training cadre should be added for every 60 participants. This provides participants with proximity to instructors who hold space and serve as models for proper ritual actions. Chapter 5: The First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret. The Shamanic Cabaret was conceived and developed by Pa Dammit in Seattle, Washington during the summer of 2017. From the beginning it was intended to be both a jukebox musical dance party in which every participant is, in their own mind, the star of the show, and an entheogenic fitness class in which they are led through a series of emotional asanas. You get out of it what you put in. These asanas are defined by the target emotions of the songs in the cabaret's playlist. With practice, what improves is not just your ability to adopt them, but your understanding of what they are meant to accomplish. As that understanding deepens, your focus moves from the external, how do I dance to this song, to the internal, how do I release the tension I'm experiencing so I can feel this song's target emotion more deeply, to the performative, how can I more fully become Prince in this moment, to the sacerdotal, how can I amplify my superconduction of the energies of the self. At that point your execution of an emotional asana becomes an act of service to your fellow participants. The cabaret is divided into 6 ritual events: the invocation of the Divine Mother, a processional, the stereo myth, the transcendental disco, the Anne Frank working, and a recessional. Chapter 6: Create Beautiful Moments Together. The First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret becomes a transcendence machine when everyone involved gives it their best effort. The goal is to create a series of aesthetic moments, beautiful, scary, joyous, shattering, exalting moments that all can share. This only happens if participants are assiduous about performing the assigned tasks appropriate to their level of phonomantic development. Objective tasks. As a basic phonomancer, you really only need worry about getting up to dance when everyone else does. Some songs may prove more challenging to dance to than others. If you don't know what to do, just look to the lead and rhythm phonomancers. One of their ritual functions is to model for participants ideas for how to move. For advanced and expert phonomancers, things become more choreographed. There are standard times to sit, stand, dance, sing, hit ritual poses and gestures, and use props. Synchronizing these activities increases the information density in the room. It's also a fun way to add depth to your experience and a sense of belonging. Perhaps the best comparison would be the way aficionados interact with the movie The Rocky Horror Picture Show by flinging rice at the screen or doing the time warp together. Subjective tasks. Subjective tasks are those that take place within the privacy of your consciousness. Basic phonomancers should strive to follow the narratives of the stories and absorb the metaphysical ideas they contain, even though a dose of psilocybin mushrooms has increased distractibility. Advanced phonomancers monitor the contents of their awareness, engage tertiary process thinking, and perform psychospiritual exercises. Expert phonomancers do all the above, but also contend with shamanic reality, access archetypes, and commune with the goddess. Got it? Good. Let's dig into the goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts that make Phonomancer such an amazing and transformative good time. Part 5. How to play Phonomancer Basic. Chapter 1. Congratulations. Congratulations on joining our science-fictional religion. Some call it Maism and some call it neon shamanism and some just call it a good time. To us it's a parareality game called Phonomancer. To play at the basic level, you eat magic mushrooms and get down at ritual magic jukebox musical dance parties that prevent the end of the world. Chapter 2. Ya Basic. Taking part in these rituals, which are amazing, BTW, requires familiarizing yourself with the goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts this chapter of the Phonomancer Player's Handbook will explain. Chapter 3. Storming the Castle. As a basic level Phonomancer, your first goal when playing is to have fun. Entheotainments are wild-ass, hugely entertaining participatory theater. They feature great music, videos, light shows, special effects, people in costume, etc. Let yourself get carried away by the spectacle of it all. Relish the intensity. Have a blast. But maybe not too much of a blast too soon. When you're getting started with Phonomancer Basic, it's very important to establish the correct dosage. Chapter 4. Ask, how high? Although for decades people in our culture have been using psychedelics for purely recreational purposes, it's very much in your best interest to approach them as something powerfully sacred, and therefore not without risks. To that end, when first getting started with entheotainments, use a minimum effective dose, MED, somewhere between 1 to 3 grams. Remember, you can always take more, but you can't take less. Tripping in public alongside strangers, even in an organized ceremony like an entheotainment, is not where you want to find out you've overdone things. With each successful ceremony, incrementally increase your dose, if desired, by 0.25 or 0.5 grams. There's no rush. Part of a sustainable practice of pushing your limits is safely establishing where those limits are. By the way, do not attempt a playthrough of the shamanic cabaret if you're a psychedelic virgin. Some people are uncommonly sensitive to or simply don't enjoy psychedelics. It's best to find out if you're in that group in an environment designed to minimize stress. Chapter 5. Grimoire. Before engaging in an entheotainment alone or in a group, get to know the songs you'll be working with. Learn the playlist. Familiarity increases enjoyment. It builds anticipation for particularly exciting or emotional moments, i.e. the good parts, but it's also helpful to find out if certain songs aren't your jam. If that turns out to be the case, try to find something to enjoy about them. If you can't, talk to someone experienced and ask what they think is the appeal. With proper preparation you absolutely can work with songs you dislike, and you should, because it improves your self-overcoming. Neon Shamanism. An entheotainments playlist is a kind of grimoire. Each song it contains is a magic spell. If you learn to concentrate on them intensely while in an altered state of consciousness, you can unleash spirit itself, with Old Testament prophet in the desert-type visionary results. This approach makes Phonomancer a form of neon shamanism. Neon shamanism is any method for accessing other levels of reality and dealing with what you find there that is based in popular culture and utilizes modern technology. Chapter 6. Belief is a form of play. Intentionally adopting the target emotional states of programmed songs is Phonomancer's basic game mechanic. It's accomplished by relaxing, listening, and letting yourself get swept up in the moment. That's only the start. though. To get the most out of this parareality game, you must intentionally adopt beliefs, at least for the length of the ceremony. Belief is an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. But it can also be a form of play. It's how you turn Phonomancer from a risibly odd way to spend a few hours into some of the most fun you've ever had. Having the subjective experience of unleashing magic by focusing on music while in a psychedelic state requires belief. If you don't think it's possible, it's not. If you do, it is. It's really that simple. Let's look at some beliefs needed to play basic level Phonomancer. Chapter 7, The Holy Ma. In Phonomancer Basic, experiences of the goddess are veridical perceptions, not wishful thinking or symptoms of psychosis. In other words, the goddess is real. Even if at first you don't necessarily believe that's true, you can pretend to believe it. Eventually something might happen to change your mind. Here's what we mean by goddess. Goddess. An ultimate reality exists. It is both utterly alien and as familiar as your mother's nursing breast. In the latter case, it is a person who wishes to relate to you. Throughout history, human beings have imagined and experienced this person in innumerable guises, male and female and hermaphroditic, human and animal and elemental, celestial and phonic. And it's true, all these qualities are present in it. All qualities are present in it. Which version of the divine we experience is determined by the images we impose upon it. This is usually a matter of inherited belief and/or the local cultural environment. Some religions conceptualize ultimate reality as masculine and think of it as God or Father or Lord. Others imagine ultimate reality to be feminine, e.g. Goddess or Mother or Our Lady. Because Phonomancer is a portrait of the divine that reflects the lived experience of its designer, the game offers an image that emphasizes ultimate reality's feminine qualities. In-game she is referred to as goddess, a neologism that acknowledges its refractional framing of a person beyond all limiting categories. The basic level goddess is Akasha, Our Lady of the Future. She is also referred to as the Holy Ma. Channeling eternity. When you believe the goddess is real, it contributes to the meaning of your entheotainment experience. Meaning refers to an emotional sense of significance attached to a particular experience. In the context of Phonomancer, the felt intensity of this significance is dependent on the degree to which the experience seems to point to a grand purpose that justifies life in all its exaltation and terror. Another word for this felt intensity is magic, which we'll define here as an eruption into the everyday of a capital M mystery that is eternal. Chapter 8, More Than Just Tripping. Phonomancy works. As a practice applied to the psychedelic experience, phonomancy allows you to go beyond just tripping into profoundly meaningful mystical and visionary states comparable to those attained by yogis, saints, prophets, etc. Don't get it twisted, practicing phonomancy will not instantly transform you into a perfect ascended master. But it can help you catch an orienting glimpse of the truth in which PAMs live. The first Phonomancer. Legend has it that David Bowie was the first Phonomancer. Bowie used music to make magic. His character Ziggy Stardust acted as a primitive but effective channel for that aspect of the self known as the Cosmic Christ. This accounts for the messianic hysteria he evoked from his audiences. But yeesh, Phonomancers don't worship David Bowie. Why should we? In our psychedelic faith of the future, each of us can learn to create our own version of Ziggy Stardust, then use that image to superconduct the energies of the goddess into the world. We can, and we must. The future of humanity depends on it. Chapter 9, Don't Go Wandering Off Now. Before you dose and train with an entheotainment, make a serious commitment to see things through. Props for having fun are basic Phonomancer's #1 goal, but for purposes of sustaining your fun, and more importantly, not ruining the fun of the people around you, you must stay on task. Chapter 10, Psychic Load. Entheotainments are designed to inflict carefully titrated doses of stress on participants in order to elicit a positive adaptive response. This purpose is based on the concepts of hormesis and progressive resistance discussed earlier. In the context of strength and conditioning training, that resistance is referred to as load. Load is the weight of the barbell you're going to lift or the pack you must carry on a ruck march. Adding load increases challenge. Psychic load. A psychic load is any internal state that makes it more difficult for you to achieve your objectives. Depression, frustration, loneliness, fear, etc. are forms of psychic load. Psychedelics intensify psychic load. The trick is calibrating that load by being mindful of proper dosage and correct setting, structure, stress, and skill. If things are too easy, you'll receive no training benefit, but if they're too hard, you'll get crushed. Just like in the weight room, good training depends on starting light and increasing load in judicious increments. Don't go too heavy too soon. Psychic load is one of the factors that can make it difficult to remain on task in the context of entheotainment. Phonomancy is fun, but sometimes it's fun in the way running a marathon is fun. Some suffering is to be expected. We keep going in spite of the discomfort because we know it benefits us. Bearing psychic load increases psychological capacity, a second-order construct encompassing individuals' hope, optimism, resilience, and self-efficacy. And the more load you carry, the stronger you get. When you return from a game of Phonomancer to your everyday life, you'll find it's that much easier to stand up against whatever it is that's been dragging you down. It ain't all blood, sweat, and tears, though. Here's some good news: by gracefully enduring psychic load during entheotainment, you can earn a spectacular reward. Chapter 11: How to Feel Amazing. Phonomantic catharsis occurs when you access memories of times that resonate with the target emotion of a song. By re-experiencing those events, you can release associated feelings. Due to the emotion-amplifying properties of psilocybin mushrooms, this can be exalting or harrowing, depending on what you're purging. Either way, you'll feel amazing afterwards. Sometimes getting to catharsis is a real slog. But it's what makes completing Tiki Hero's Journey, your second Phonomancer basic goal, so worth it. Chapter 12: Your chance to quest for the Grail. A hero goes on an adventure, finds allies, overcomes obstacles, learns lessons, wins a victory, then returns home transformed. This is the common story template known as the hero's journey. It unfolds in discrete stages: the everyday world, the call to adventure, crossing the threshold, etc. Each stage can be interpreted as representing an emotion: boredom, astonishment, reluctance, wonder, dread, etc. Usually we experience the hero's journey via identifying with a character in a movie or novel. But the shamanic cabaret offers you the opportunity to experience it firsthand. By role-playing as a member of a psychedelic religion of the science-fictional future, you can go on a quest to achieve the most important goal imaginable. All you must do is pretend the cabaret's frame story is real. Threat level: midnight. Multiplying existential crises, climate change, epidemics, geopolitics, etc., have humanity on the verge of a civilizational collapse that will reduce life to a post-apocalyptic nightmare. But there's also a slim chance we may discover a way to reorganize our societies to adapt to those stresses and evolve into an interstellar species. In other words, our future will either be Mad Max or Star Trek: The Next Generation. Whichever way things go, this transition is imminent and inevitable. Why is this happening? 3,000 years ago, primitive forms of Judaism introduced practices and beliefs promoting a masculine image of the divine. These practices evolved into Christianity, which became the world's most important religion, at least in terms of historical influence. Under the aegis of Christianity there developed a civilization that eventually pulled much of the world out of the Iron Age and into the Space Age. However, this patriarchal civilization was built on crusades, witch hunts, continental conquest, commercial slavery, industrial warfare, genocide, collectivization, and environmental pollution. More murders, i.e., untimely deaths directly or indirectly caused by human action, have been committed in the last 7 centuries than in the rest of human history combined. The energetic residue of all that carnage can be imagined as a wall made of blocks of black stone 6 feet long by 2 feet high by 3 feet wide, the dimensions of a coffin. There are an estimated 330 million of these blocks, one for every victim. This wall is both an imaginal reality and a metaphor for what has largely brought human progress to a halt. We are barred from our bright future by our dark past. However, the momentum of history has not slackened. And because we cannot move forward, pressure is building. To make things even more dire, in response to the screams of her children, in her aspect as Okosho, the goddess is returning to directly influence historical events. As her energy grows, so too does the pressure. If it keeps building, eventually it will blow. The rupture. An apocalypse is an event involving destruction or damage on an awesome or catastrophic scale. The apocalypse is the complete final destruction of the world, as described in the biblical book of Revelation. Phonomancer's version of the apocalypse is called the rupture. It refers to a civilization ending or even extinction-level event that may occur if the unstoppable momentum of history keeps being opposed by the immovable wall formed by the energetic residue of 7 centuries of mass murder. To pull back from the brink, we must atone for our collective wrongs. By performing the shamanic cabaret, we quest to do just that. The quest we undertake. The cabaret is a series of liturgies which are the raw material for deep-played games of make-believe. Each has a narrative. You act as the protagonist of this story. It is happening to you. The first liturgy is a rite of transformation contrived to strengthen your will. In the stereomyth, you are a young man going nowhere in life until a cosmic being named CZG Stardust kidnaps you aboard his starship to drop you off on an alien planet, where you must quest alone to find the means to save the Earth from destruction. The second liturgy, the Transcendental Disco, is a rite of purification designed to shrive your spirit. You are a young woman who finds perfect love, only to lose it in a shattering betrayal. This drives you into a self-destructive spiral, but when you are on the brink of annihilation, the great goddess arrives with a message that gives meaning to your suffering and gifts you with the will to rebuild your life. Both liturgies are preparation for the Anne Frank working, a meditation on the fate of a young writer lost to the Holocaust. In this rite of atonement, you play as yourself. You believe that the way to save our civilization from disaster is through individual confrontation with humanity's collective shadow. This is achieved by imaginally accompanying Anne Frank to her death, rejoicing in the miracle of her rebirth, then affirming that ultimately everything that happens is perfect because it is part of the goddess' great plan for our lives. Performed while in an altered state of consciousness, the Anne Frank working is a harrowing experience of shared shame and sorrow that ends on a note of exultant joy. As basic phonomancers, we believe that each time we suffer this ordeal, one block is removed from the black wall. This allows a little pressure to escape, and, hopefully, defers catastrophe. If enough people perform this ritual enough times, the rupture can be avoided. The magic we make can prevent the end of the world. Eventually the wall will come down and the imminent energy of the Holy Ma will loft humanity into a science-fictional future referred to variously as New Atlantis, Metropolis, or Suffragette City. Your chance to be the hero. The First Church of David Bowie's Shamanic Cabaret is your chance to live the hero's journey. To exit the mundane and explore the mystery. To be tried and tested and emerge victorious. To be the person you always knew you could be. Every phonomantic rite is a quest that can transform you. The stories you're living may be make-believe, but that doesn't matter. During the cabaret you take a psychedelic, subject yourself to various forms of stress, and perform difficult inner work. The risk and the reward are very real. And the outcome, becoming the hero, is as true as you want it to be. Chapter 13. We believe because it's fun. Sigmund Freud postulated 2 modes of cognition, primary and secondary process. Primary process thought is an attempt by the id to impose itself on the world via wishing. Secondary process thinking is when the ego has adapted to reality and knows that wishful thoughts change nothing on their own. In Phonomancer, tertiary process thinking is when you reframe an experience to make it mean whatever you want. There are other terms for this. One is magical consciousness, the way in which the cognitive architecture of a mind engages the emotions and imagination in a pattern of meanings related to experiences. The other is religious belief. Like those of every other game of religious make-believe, the beliefs of Phonomancer are quasi-fictional. Made up, but imaginally true, that is, true if you want them to be. This belief creates, consciously or unconsciously, an interpretation of events. It also prepares the ground for certain kinds of experiences, such as perceiving, and more importantly feeling, magic. You can start practicing this at the basic level. Extend your index and pinky fingers while tucking middle and ring under your thumb. This hand sign is called the heavy metal horns. Now say fuck yeah, nice and loud. Go on, try it. Did you feel a little thrill of enthusiasm? Some psychic oomph? That is a spark of magic invoked by a ritual gesture, if you want it to be. This might seem a silly game, but in Phonomancer, sometimes a spark is all it takes to set a conflagration of spirit that changes your life. This silly game can be deep play that cracks open your Weltanschauung and allows radiant mystery to pour in. Tertiary process thinking makes that possible. It's also what allows Phonomancers to say credo kia iocasit kia operator. I believe, because it's fun, and because it works. Chapter 14, Playing Through. To help you understand how the concepts, practices, and beliefs of Phonomancer can be applied, in this player's handbook we've included narrative descriptions of basic, advanced, and expert Phonomancers working out with the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret. Luke, a lawyer, has been attending ceremonies at the St. Debbie Harry Entheogym for a little less than a year. Veronica is a professor at Smith College who aspires to join the Entheogym's instructor cadre as a rhythm Phonomancer. Ma Artemis is the lead Phonomancer of the ceremony they are attending. In this next section, Luke gets the call to adventure via David Bowie's Moonage Daydream. Chapter 15, Blaze Like an Anthropomorphic Star, Man. When the crashing guitars fade away, participants take their seats. The guides costumed as Dr. Shonda Froedam move to their stations by the exits. On the huge screens arrayed around the room, the next short film begins. It opens with Ged, the going-nowhere-in-life hero of the stereo myth, driving his old Nova down a deserted single-lane highway. Ged is played by Pa Joachim, one of the original 12 trained by Pa Dammit as part of the Phonomancer's YouTube reality show. On the radio of Ged's car is the same song the participants had just been dancing to, tinny and soft compared to the thunderous roar of the temple's sound system. Ged sings along lustily, steering with his knees as he air drums. In voiceover Pa Dammit narrates, 10 miles from home. Just before the final, triumphant power chords that ring out to finish the song, the Nova's engine goes dead. With the power steering gone, it's all you can do to wrestle the car over onto the shoulder of the road, swearing furiously. Whatever's wrong, you don't have the money to fix it. Your head hangs in frustration. Luke closes his eyes. Instead of watching the movie, he's going to concentrate on imagining the scene. He is Ged, sitting behind the wheel of his dead father's old clunker. He has less than $300 in his bank account. He feels fear and not a little anger and resentment. Why is his life turning out like this? Then you get the sense that something is weird. When you look up, you see through the windshield that there's a dude standing there, right at the end of the Chevy's hood. He must be at least 8 feet tall, and he's wearing a purple lame jacket over a silver lame jumpsuit. He's got a magenta mullet. There's a lightning bolt tattooed right across his face. But weirdest of all are his eyes, one glowing blue, the other gold. He's looking right at you, and he says, "Ged, you have to come with me." What? Who is this guy? How does he know your name? And of course you're like, "I'm not going anywhere with you, buddy," but somehow the Nova's driver's side door is swinging open and you're getting out. Now you're standing before this towering figure, who seems to be fighting the urge to grin down at you. Luke sees this so clearly. He's practiced it many times. Craning his neck, he gazes into those uncanny eyes, knowing he should be scared, but instead feeling, what is that? Is that hope? Excitement and hope? Allow me to introduce myself, the very tall man says. I'm Caesar G. Stardust. Luke opens his eyes for a look and grins. Caesar G. Stardust is played by Carl Elliott, another of the original 12. Lanky, louche, and non-binary, Elliott was perfect for this role. They are one of Luke's favorite phonomancers. The narration continues. You take another look at his outfit, the mullet, the lightning bolt. As Ged, Pa Joachim says, I think you mean Ziggy Stardust. I do not, Carl Elliott replies, then reaches into the breast pocket of their purple tailcoat. Of all things, he hands you a business card. Caesar G. Stardust, it reads. Child of the deity, archetype of the self, herald of the holy Ma. On screen, the letters of the words on the bone-white card sizzle an electric blue as they are spoken. The crowd stands up in preparation to dance. Guess what, Ged? You just got called to adventure. You just met the Starman. A distorted guitar chord detonates in Luke's head like a mile-wide comet over the Tunguska plain. Spotlights snap on. And there stands Ma Artemis in a glittery silver jumpsuit and lavender jacket. In her red vinyl platform boots she is nearly 6.5 feet tall. An LED lightning bolt bisects her forehead and covers one eye. I'm an alligator, she wails along with David Bowie as guitarist Mick Ronson continues his cannonade. On the video screens, Caesar G. Stardust strikes a power pose, blazing like an anthropomorphic star. I'm a mama papa coming for you. Luke just can't believe how good the music sounds, or the impact it's having on his CEV. The participants around him are whooping with delight. Goddamn, he thinks. I love this shit. This song, Moonage Daydream, had triggered the visionary download that inspired Pa Dammit to create the shamanic cabaret. The herald had appeared to him and declared, the holy Ma is returning to historical time. Prepare. What a mindfuck that must have been. And what stubbornness it must have taken to sustain the belief it had been more than just drug-fueled hallucination. To not simply pretend it never happened. When Veronica told him Pa Dammit made up the story of Bowie being the first phonomancer in an attempt to mitigate the archetypal inflation the experience had inflicted, Luke hadn't been surprised. When it came to the origins of the cabaret, conflation and confabulation seemed to be the point. The lyrics to the chorus appear on the screens and Luke joins his voice with everyone else in the room. Keep your electric eye on me, babe. Put your ray gun to my head. Press your space face next to mine, love. Freak out in a moonage daydream, oh yeah. This song is meant to evoke the emotions of the meeting the mentor call to adventure stages of the hero's journey. In the movie on screen, the herald is levitating up off the blacktop to emanate coruscating waves of light that force Ged to shield his eyes. Imaginally inhabiting the role of Caesar G, Luke feels a superhuman but disciplined ecstasy, like a nuclear fusion reaction contained within a magnetic field. But also warm sympathy spiced with impish humor directed at the boy gawking up at him. Caesar G is supposed to be an aspect of the divine, and Luke wants to believe God feels that way about human beings. His tertiary process thinking makes it so. Don't fake it, baby. Lay the real thing on me. During this second verse, Luke shifts his perspective from the mentor issuing the call to the fool receiving it. On screen, Ged is covering his face with his hands, overcome. The scene shifts to a flashback of a much younger Ged watching television with his dad, a 20th century movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Roy Neary, the Indiana electrician sitting in his stalled service truck, is subjected to an explosion of light that suspends the law of gravity. He and all the detritus in the truck's cab drift into the air, and then, suddenly out of the flashback, we see Ged's startled expression as his blue Nike blazers leave the ground and he begins floating up towards the Caesar's triangular starship. Tonight, for the first time, Luke took the prescribed ritual hit of pot at the end of the Spirit of Radio. Having participated in 8 entheotainments, he thought he was ready. But now he may be in over his head. The psychedelic energy is rapidly becoming an overwhelming flood. Death by drowning seems inevitable. Ged's terror becomes very real to Luke in this moment. That is exactly what he is feeling. What he was feeling. Taking a deep centering breath, he decides to lean into the psychic load of the THC-boosted psilocybin. Immediately he feels more in control. Because he's doing it. He's turning stress into eustress. The chorus comes back. The participants sing. Luke too. Participation grounds him. Yes, he is very, very high, and that's scary, like peering over the edge of a cliff, but also it's amazing, because it reveals normally obscured levels of information. The bravery of his fellow participants is suddenly palpable. Their hearts are lanterns casting invisible light that bathes him, baptizes him, calls him to realize his best self. His answer is an unequivocal yes. He throws the heavy metal horns with both hands. Not just yes, but fuck yeah. Now the instructor cadre are swaying through an interesting instrumental interlude that features a duet between penny whistle and baritone saxophone. Under other circumstances, Luke might have found the song's slow tempo difficult to dance to, but in the context of the cabaret, it's relatively easy. All he has to do is watch Ma Artemis and her rhythm Phonomancers. Up on their platforms, they gyrate slowly, sensually, their hands inscribing the air with shimmering symbols. Luke finds he is imitating them without realizing it. That's your mirror neurons firing, a detached part of himself observes. Another part notes with wry dissatisfaction how comparatively clumsy are his movements. That awkwardness is interfering with his immersion. Now he understands the 30 minutes each day Veronica spends in front of the mirror working on her snake arms and gauzy steps. It's so she can lose herself. He turns to find her in the crowd. He watches her hips, her spine, her shoulders. With her kinetic vocabulary, she is contributing to the information density in the room. Her dancing is expressing something, definitely, but what? Then he gets it. Languid, voluptuous, and glamorous like fairy dust, this is her interpretation of Caesar Stardust. She has invited the herald to incarnate in her consciousness. Not just because of how good it feels, although watching her, it's obvious it feels amazing. Tonight they are doing magic that can prevent the end of the world, and as one of the senior participants, this is how she can best support everyone's efforts. The song is fading out on a long, hypnotic guitar solo that seems to echo to every distant corner of the universe. Luke finds himself a helmsman on a starship propelled through the cosmic void by wave after wave of harmonic feedback. And then ahead in the unfathomable darkness he can see his destination. First a spark, then a bright coin, then a city the size of a planet, all chrome towers and shimmering spires. New Atlantis. He has been on an endless quest. Here is home. But just before he reaches it, Moonage daydream is over and he's back in the St. Debbie Harry entheogen. Part 6. How to play Phonomancer Advanced. Chapter 1. Some fun. Hey, kids. You've learnt the basics of this psychedelic religion of the future. Now it's time to pursue mastery. No longer simply a wild game of make-believe that you play while you're high on psychedelic mushrooms, Phonomancer Advanced is a wild game of make-believe you play in daily life. Its goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts become the basis for a program of self-actualization. Chapter 2. Optimal Being. Physical fitness means different things to different people. For some, it's the ability to perform athletically or, depending on your job, vocationally at a high level. Many see it as a condition for optimal health. Others might define it as more a matter of aesthetics, of muscle mass and body fat percentage. What's discussed less often is how fitness feels. To be physically fit is to feel good. There's a sense of tensile strength, of energy, of readiness, even eagerness, for whatever challenges might arise. There is an equivalent psychospiritual state. It's based on gnosis. It's characterized by potent well-being, sensitivity, vivacity, sanguinity, and stalwartness, plus a lived sense of gratitude for grace. At higher levels, it includes a sense of an expanded area of tactical responsibility. Because you've got yourself sorted, you can afford to spend more time and energy looking out for the people around you, loved ones and strangers alike. This equivalent psychological state is entheogenic fitness. It's how you feel as you actively pursue the realization of your highest potentials, and ultimately, your highest self. It's also a measure of your ability to carry with style, humor, and grace the psychic loads life inevitably imposes on us. Like physical fitness, it's achieved through focused effort and the virtuous cycle of work and rest, of stress and adaptive response, enacted over time. And like physical fitness, there's no end to it, you're never done, you can always get entheogenically fitter. Which means you can always feel better, and take better care of your fellow human beings. To start playing advanced, make a decision to increase entheogenic fitness. Guess how you get started. Go on, guess. Chapter 3, Learning How to Realize a Why. An entheotainment like the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret will have you dancing on and off for 4 hours. That requires physical stamina. It may have moments that cause emotional discomfort. Pushing through them will demand determination and grit. Developing physical fitness instills such capacities and qualities. Traditional calisthenic and barbell work is the first choice of many advanced phonomancers, but Brazilian jiu-jitsu or kettlebell sport or rock climbing or hot yoga are also good options. Any form of exercise can work, as long as it requires precision and at least occasionally makes some serious demands on your fortitude. The ability to suffer to accomplish a goal, or as Friedrich Nietzsche might put it, there anyhow to realize a why, is a phonomantic survival skill most easily learnt first in the body. Physical fitness is foundational to the spiritual discipline of entheogenic fitness. And once you've begun changing your body, you must begin changing your mind. Chapter 4, Parareality is mythopoeic. A mythology is a collection of stories that answer profound questions about the world and humanity's place in it. Mythopoeia, a term coined by Lord of the Rings author J.R.R. Tolkien, means the act of creating a mythology. Mythopoeic thinking is the second practice that builds your entheogenic fitness. Why we need myths. You might think we've outgrown myths, but you'd be wrong. They are vital. Myths make order out of the chaos of life. And without them, things fall apart. One of the reasons for the epidemic of loneliness, depression, and anxiety afflicting our society is that many people have lost any sense of a transcendent narrative that gives meaning to their suffering. The human psyche abhors a vacuum. When meaning drains away, it's replaced by despair. Thinking mythopoeically replenishes meaning. It sets your life in a framework that connects you to the people around you and to the eternal. It helps you find your place in this world, and the next after that. We are in desperate need of a coherent new mythos. If only there was one in the offing. The Phonomancer mythos. As a parareality game with concepts, practices, and beliefs, Phonomancer has a robust mythology. But unlike traditional religions which take their stories literally, it acknowledges its myths are imaginally true fictions. Far from invalidating, this self-awareness makes them more efficacious. Dogma is set in stone, fictions can be tweaked for greater relevance, profundity, and entertainment value. This last part is important. By grounding itself in both perennial wisdom and current pop culture, a parareality game like Phonomancer can transmit the numinous while appealing to as broad an audience as possible. As a practice, mythopoeic thinking is based on an unprovable and undisprovable belief. Chapter 5, Consciousness is the fundamental reality. Mystics have been asserting this since forever, and in the 20th century, physicists theorizing about quantum mechanics began making the same claim. At the advanced level of Phonomancer, everything. Your iPhone, your cat, the Empire State Building, the Earth's mantle, the empty space between planets, the super black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, is actually made of consciousness, the same phenomenon that allows you to enjoy subjective experiences and have an interior life. Which means the reality of the material universe and the reality of your dreams and visions differ only in category and qualities, not ontological validity. Chapter 6, Imaginal Realm. Dreams and visions are aspects of the imaginal realm. The imaginal realm is a valid construction which, by changing consciousness in its inner ground, changes the nature of reality in the outer world. It is the place from which saints, teachers, masters, and all manner of abler souls reach out across the apparent divide between the worlds to support or where necessary modify earthly outcomes in tandem with willing and attuned hearts here below. The imaginal is the source of ideas that have shaped our consensus reality. And it's not done with us yet. In Phonomancer Advanced, using the Phonomantic method, you make deliberate attempts to connect to and communicate with the imaginal realm for the purpose of obtaining transformational ideas that can progress your personal and our collective evolution. Phonomancer Advanced uses the concepts of Jungian psychology to describe this process. Of course, Jung didn't use the term imaginal realm, he spoke of the collective unconscious. And he would have recognized the denizens of IR whom we encounter as archetypal complexes, i.e., instantiations of an archetype. Chapter 7, Created in Their Image. An archetype is a primordial image that exists eternally in the collective unconscious. Archetypes express themselves in myths, dreams, and everyday situations. They are the pieces of life itself, images that are integrally connected to the living individual by the bridge of the emotions. Energetic currents. Jung regarded archetypes as universal patterns of behavior that human beings inherit as a sort of racial memory. Phonomancer Advanced takes it a little further. Archetypes pre-exist humanity. They are energetic currents in the infinite ocean of consciousness that is the divine mind, and to the extent they are patterns, we are created in their image. For purposes of playing Phonomancer at the advanced level, you should be familiar with three of them: the shadow, the anima animus, and the self. Shadow. The shadow is that part of the psyche that contains all the aspects of yourself that are unknown or rejected. Anima animus. In men, the anima is the contrasexual other hidden in the unconscious part of the psyche. Usually, this is a personality with traditionally feminine qualities. In women, the animus is the unconscious masculine other. During the last few decades, as ideas of gender have become less rigid, the concept of anima animus has been updated. It is now believed to be complementary to whatever personality is conscious. Jung believed that the anima animus mediates between our conscious mind and the unconscious. In a sense, it is our soul. The self. In Jungian psychology, the self is the symbol of the wholly integrated psyche. It can be considered the internal representation of God. A cursory glance. Whole libraries have been written about the shadow, the anima animus, and the self. Forgive the cursory glance we're giving them here. They'll be discussed in more detail when we talk about Phonomancer's soteriology and its ability to expedite the process of individuation. Chapter 8, Useful equals True. The next belief that informs the practice of mythopoeic thinking provides answers to some questions that have confounded humanity since forever. Why are we here? Where did we come from? Where are we going? It is as true as it is useful. It's called the AMMORPG hypothesis. Chapter 9, Not a Simulation. An accurate description of how our world relates to transcendent reality cannot be formulated. The task simply exceeds the capacity of human language, conditioned as it is by our limited perceptions of space-time. Approximate descriptions can be created using metaphor. Human beings have been doing this since forever. However, based as they are in the axial age, traditional metaphors seem to have lost their ability to paint a picture of our place in ultimate reality that has much relevance to the way we live now. Believer. When we die, we go to a city with gates of pearl and streets of translucent gold where people wave palm fronds at a lamb on a throne. Non-believer. Do they have Wi-Fi? Thus we've largely given up on using such understanding to inform our actions. But it turns out that recent advances in technology and concepts from popular culture can serve as useful new orienting metaphors. At the end of the 20th century, the Wachowski sisters' film The Matrix suggested that reality is a computer simulation and we only have the illusion of free will. This idea has been further popularized by science philosopher Nick Bostrom, tech entrepreneur Elon Musk, and others. As Phonomancer advanced players, we don't think reality is a simulation. We know for a fact it's a video game. More specifically, our universe is a procedurally generated astrally hosted massively multiplayer online role-playing game, a MMORPG. How is that different from a computer sim? It's a matter of framing. We're not the held captives of sentient machines. Pache Philip K. Dick, this world isn't a black iron prison. We want to be here. Chapter 10, Samsara. Imagine a virtual reality version of World of Warcraft that directly stimulates those areas of your brain that process visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, gustatory, proprioceptive, even unconscious information. While you play, you are in a completely convincing simulation of an actual body in an actual environment. It's so convincing, in fact, that you forget that you're playing a game. You identify with your player character. You are them. While you're playing the game, all you care about is quests and monsters and treasure, as well as the quotidian tasks necessary to support your efforts, like blacksmithing. You also interact with other player characters who are similarly convinced of the reality of your shared world, which just reinforces your own acceptance. This situation continues until your player character dies, at which point you exit the game. Returning to awareness of your player self, you find that only a few hours have passed in your real world, even though you lived 100 years in game time. As advanced phonomancers, we know this is exactly the situation for our true, immortal selves. They are playing an MMORPG called Samsara, and it is the context for our mortal lives. Earth is Samsara. Although ontologically valid, i.e., real, at our level, the Earth is actually a virtual reality constructed and maintained by a higher-order civilization with technology so advanced as to be indistinguishable from magic. Elysium. This super-civilization exists in a transcendent realm called Elysium. It is the level of reality immediately superior to our own. You are a citizen of Elysium. Player. Your true, immortal self is, right this moment, playing Samsara. That higher-order being is your player. Player character. Your egoic identity, your mortal self, is your player's avatar in Samsara. You are their player character. Spirit. In Phonomancer Advanced we refer to that aspect of the player participating in Samsara as a player character, who is in this world but not of it, as a spirit. Chapter 11, We, the immortal inhabitants of Elysium. Our player selves created Samsara for purposes of entertainment and spiritual development. Elysium's game designers have poured their genius into missions you can play to have the most sexy, hilarious, thrilling, heartbreaking, terrifying, boring, flabbergasting, exalting experiences. There are thousands, maybe millions of these modules, most of which take lifetimes to complete. It's all waiting for you. On the other hand, if you're only interested in roaming around to see what kind of trouble you can get into, you can do that too. Samsara is what's known as an open-world sandbox game. There's plenty of room for totally unstructured play, which may include occasionally acting the villain, just to see how it feels, or maybe because you really enjoy it. Ultimately, though, you play Samsara so you can access higher and even more exciting levels of being. Elysium might seem like heaven when compared to Earth, the game space of Samsara, but Elysium too is a game space with its own version of heaven. It's called hyperreal. And that heaven has a heaven, which is named Edina. And so on. Entrance to these relative paradises is hard-earned. You must work to become worthy. In samsara, this evolution is accomplished by overcoming Maya. Chapter 12. Breaking the Spell. In Phonomancer Advanced, Maya is an incredibly powerful enchantment that makes it next to impossible to remember who you really are. It's everything that makes you identify with your player character and forget that, hey, for all the drama and horror and pain and ecstasy samsara offers, it's just a game. We are all under the spell of Maya. That's great if you're just here for a good time. Total immersion in over-the-top erotic horror comedy disaster tear-jerking thriller adventures with friends, lovers, family, and mortal enemies, or any combination thereof, is why you bought a ticket in the first place. But when you've ridden all the rides in this particular amusement park, when you've eaten all the corn dogs and drank all the ices you can stand, you might decide you're ready for something more. At that point, Disneyland turns into Pleasure Island, the Blue Fairy turns into the Coachman, and Maya the Seducer shapeshifts into Maya the Destroyer. It becomes depression, alienation, loneliness, emotional aridity. Maya is spiritual gravity constantly pulling you down. The more you reach for something higher, the more you try not to just believe but know there's more to existence, the stronger Maya gets. Eventually Maya is the sinking feeling that the mundane is the only reality, and that imagining otherwise has been a colossal and humiliating waste of your time and perhaps proof of insanity. That's what St. John of the Cross called the dark night of the soul. It's an almost unbearable psychic load. This is by design. Samsara's ultimate purpose is to be an entheogymnasium, a training environment in which you develop your ability to realize the divine. Lifetime after lifetime, training continues until you can not only stand up against the crushing force of Maya, but leap tall buildings in a single bound. This strengthening comes from avoiding temptations and behaviors that reinforce Maya's hypnotic appeal, maintaining equanimity in the face of frustration and doubt, and engaging in disciplined practices that enable exposure to transcendent levels of reality. If you think that sounds like a recipe for sainthood, you're right. In their austerities, saints and arhats and tzaddiks have developed capacities that allow them to overcome Maya. In Phonomancer we have our own version of such spiritually accomplished individuals. We call them shamanic superheroes. These are people who via phonomantic gnosis have seen for themselves the ontological superiority of Elysium. They return from ceremony to the everyday world determined to resist Maya, and to help everyone around them do the same. Informed by their insight into the game-space nature of our reality, they maintain a calm, amused perspective that moves them toward mastery. When you can remember you're playing the game of samsara no matter what level of mental and/or physical stress you're subjected to, up to and including being violently killed, you win. At that point, you recall your true self, a self-actualizing citizen of Elysium. A player, not a player character. This state is known as moksha, release, in Hinduism, and bodhi, enlightenment, in Buddhism. In Christianity it's metanoia, change of mind. In Phonomancer Advanced we call it nimi, the Greek word for memory or remembrance. Chapter 13. A Living Portrait of the Holy Ma. The good news is, you're not alone in this struggle from nimi. You have a soul. At your birth you were given a living portrait of the Holy Ma to be your lifelong companion. This soul is there to keep you company, and soothe you, and call on you to realize your potential. It acts as best friend, drill sergeant, counselor, and performance coach. It can be productively imagined as a kind of onboard AI, like the Jarvis component of Iron Man's armor. The key to beating the game. You and your soul are two halves of a remarkable artifact of spiritual technology. Together you form a receiver that channels the energies of the self. This receiver is called a psychedelic reactor. To continue the Iron Man analogy, advanced phonomancers picture this as looking like the arc reactor implanted in Tony Stark's chest, which glows a brilliant white as it does the important job of keeping him alive. However, the psychedelic reactor is not round, like Tony's invention. It's shaped like a triangle, both to symbolize spirit, and each Phonomancer's potential to become the Holy Ma's own weapon of transformation. This union of spirit and soul allows you to superconduct the energies of the self directly into samsara for the benefit of all. Learning this neat little trick is key to mastering Maya, beating the game, and moving on to bigger and better things. Chapter 14. A game within the game. Don't just learn about samsara. To increase your entheogenic fitness, use it as context for your exciting psychedelic adventures. And in everyday life, use the concept to condition your reality. Continuously recall you are playing a game. Chapter 15. Concentrating on the big score. Accompanied by a soul that is a living portrait of the goddess, you are an incarnated spirit who is adventuring in a VR game space created and sustained by a higher-order civilization for purposes of entertainment and spiritual development. There are lots of things you could be doing here, but as an advanced Phonomancer you've decided to concentrate on the big score. You're working to overcome Maya and achieve Mnimi. The goal of Mnimi is blocked by Lethe, the Greek word for forgetting. Lethe is action that reinforces the illusory reality of samsara. In Phonomancer Advanced it is the rough equivalent of the Christian notion of sin, to miss the mark, and the Buddhist idea of avidya, ignorance. These terms all refer to a state of alienation from the reality of the goddess. The moral prescriptions of traditional religions are admonishments to avoid such behaviors. In Phonomancer Advanced, they are not wrong so much as unhelpful if your goal is Mnimi. Samsara is an open-world sandbox. You're free to do whatever you want. Just remember bad behavior mires you ever more deeply in samsara, and likely there will be consequences for your player character that can make your time in game space very unpleasant. Where the rubber meets the road. If you're still working on kindness to others, loving thy neighbor as thyself, avoiding harming living beings, respecting your elders, etc., good for you. Keep at it. Hopefully, though, if you're playing Phonomancer Advanced, you are reflexively not a dick, and can productively concentrate on more subtle barriers to Mnimi. Assess your inner condition. Are you anxious? Bitter? Depressed? Lonely? Holding a grudge? Such states represent a tacit admission that samsara is real. As soon as such feelings arise, you must acknowledge them, then course correct before you get sucked in further. This constant monitoring of your emotions is Mnimi as practice. It's not easy, but it can be done. Stress poses a particular difficulty. Stressors trigger an immediate response in the body that can be very physically uncomfortable. Our natural tendency is to relieve that discomfort, often by emotionally, or God forbid, physically, inflicting it on someone else. Obviously, snapping at your kid after you've had a bad day at the office is suboptimal behavior, but in Phonomancer Advanced just thinking angry thoughts is a losing move, because it strengthens Maya. When in the Gospel of Matthew 5:22 Jesus says, "But I say to you, whoever is angry with his brother will be liable to judgment," this is what he's getting at. Psychic vibranium. If you've seen the Marvel Studios film The Black Panther, you might remember that T'Challa's armor has a special property. It can absorb in its vibranium lacing the kinetic force from a blow, then make that energy available to power Panther's superheroics. Your psyche can perform a similar feat. Imagine someone cuts you off in traffic. Yes, that caused you stress. Yes, stress hurts. But because frustrating situations are training opportunities, you can use tertiary process thinking to reframe your experience to realize benefit. Instead of cursing them out, what if you thought, okay, that driver was reckless, and I feel rage. But hey, it's just a game, right? I'm going to hold space for that stress. I'm going to grin over the discomfort and grow. Such a response transforms the irritation triggered by the stressor into arousal and then eudaimonia. Congratulations! By practicing Mnimi rather than lapsing into Lethe, you've scored a victory over samsara. Treating stressful situations as game events with a desired outcome you can achieve by correct action builds your capacity to bear psychic load. It's training that builds an emotional buffer that acts like Black Panther's armor. This buffer is incredibly helpful in everyday life and in ceremony. Attitude. Your ability to avoid lethe by responding rather than reacting depends a great deal on your default attitude. Where are you at, emotionally, when stresses hit? Are centered and grounded, or easily knocked off balance? For advanced phonomancers, the optimal attitude with which to engage life is ferocious joy, as summed up in the expression "fuck yeah." Saying "fuck yeah" to things that bring us joy is gratitude for grace, and saying "fuck yeah" to what makes us suffer is gratitude for challenge. Fuck yeah is the emotional equivalent of a boxer's guard position. Relaxed, but ready for action. With constant practice, this attitude eventually becomes habitual. If and when stresses arise, a spontaneous "fuck yeah" game event. "I've got this" is the response of a samsara master. Chapter 16, An Adversarial AI. There is built into samsara an artificial intelligence that has one purpose: to oppose you. Lethe and Maya are aspects of it. In Phonomancer Advanced we call it resistance. Resistance is dead dumb, but so diabolically cunning, always finding our most vulnerable points and attacking there, that it seems actively and willfully malicious. It seems personal. In everyday life, resistance causes perverse ideations, depression, anxiety, loneliness, self-destructive behaviors, and the tendency to relieve stress by inflicting it on others. It encourages narcissism, mendacity, hatred, selfishness, paranoia, cruelty, self-righteousness, authoritarianism, meaninglessness, despair, and madness. During entheotainments, its effects can manifest as everything from silly Murphy's Law-type mishaps to extreme physical discomfort to out-and-out psychedelic trauma. In visionary space it often presents as disturbing images such as scurrying vermin, trash-strewn vacant lots, corpses in shower stalls, garbage trucks, Stalinist apartment buildings, akins, and track-suited bullies. Resistance is a merciless predator, the great white shark of consciousness. It's been mythologized as the devil in Christianity and Mara in Buddhism. The ultimate purpose of resistance is to take you out of the game by encouraging you to make decisions that ruin your life and ultimately drive you to suicide. This pernicious influence occurs at individual, societal, and civilizational levels. It's only as dangerous as you are vulnerable, but if you've got mental health issues, moral or emotional weaknesses, or an unintegrated shadow, look out. In Phonomancer Advanced, resistance is both the energetic blockage symbolized by the black wall, and the engine of destruction driving us headlong into the rupture. For us as player characters, resistance is our mortal enemy. Yet as players, it's a gift. By working to overcome resistance in all its forms, we become spiritually stronger, and thus better able to access the energies of the goddess. Without resistance, samsara would ultimately be pointless. Chapter 17. Consider your player character. Phonomancer Advanced offers a fun exercise in self-awareness that, while based in Imaginal Reality, can serve as part of a practical self-actualization program in the real world. Pretend for a moment you are your player self, comfortable in your easy chair in a penthouse apartment overlooking spectacular Night City, the capital of Elysium. You're telepathically plugged into the astral network that connects you to samsara. Take a sip from your mojito and consider the player character you're navigating through all the challenges you face in this super MMORPG. What are her current capacities? What are his limitations? What are their potentials? Ultimately, who do you want them to be? Chapter 18. Who you really want to be. To assess your player character, give the following 10 dimensions of self some thought. Take a good hard look at yourself the way you are right now. Then for each category assign yourself a score between 3 and 18. Physical. Your ability to use your body to achieve your goals. This covers a wide variety of athletic skills, as well as performative ones like singing and dancing, and relational skills like lovemaking. Emotional. Your ability to exert self-control, manage emotional flexibility, experience a wide range of emotions with an appreciation for their aesthetic qualities, and maintain an optimal attitude while under stress. Intellectual. Your ability to learn and retain information, think critically, plan soundly, and execute accordingly. Spiritual. Your ability to perceive degrees of ultimate reality, relate to it, and sustain your belief in your experiences despite the stultifying effects of Maya. Cognitive. General intelligence, as well as skills which are needed in acquisition of knowledge, manipulation of information and reasoning. Creative. Your ability to conceive new and original ideas, then realize them in the world. Social. Your ability to relate to others and work with them to achieve common goals. Moral. The ability to assess one's values and make choices according to those values whether or not they are congruent with prevailing societal attitude. Also the desire to be of service to all those who require help. Relational. Your ability to form close romantic or companionate bonds with others, and to create networks of mutual emotional nurturance. Vocational. Your ability to find a means of earning a living that draws on your natural talents and abilities and reflects your values, so that the majority of your waking hours are spent in activities that feed your spirit. Design your player. Add up all the numbers, then divide by 10. That's your current character level. Now go back and take another look at the first dimension, physical. Why did you give yourself that score? What are your strengths? Where would you like to improve? Who is someone, real or fictional, who resembles your ideal in this area? How would you describe them? How might you become more like them? Repeat this process with the other categories. Sketch out a plan. What's something you could do every day to get closer to these ideals? What's something you could do 3 times per week? Do those things. Keep a record. Come back in 12 weeks and assess your progress. Over time, what will emerge is an image of who, in your heart of hearts, you really want to be. It's a portrait of your player self. If you do the necessary work, it's your destiny. Chapter 19. Love you, bitch. The goddess loves you and wants to have a personal relationship with you. Cultivating a relationship, an actual, literal, we talk all the time, love you bitch relationship with this divine person creates a kind of spiritual fortress to which you can retreat if and when the struggle with resistance becomes too much. It also helps build your understanding of her plan for your life. Phonomancer Advanced offers 3 ways to get closer to the goddess in your daily life: prayer, sacrifice, and tulpamancy. Prayer. Traditionally, cultivating a relationship with the divine is accomplished through prayer, either in the form of spontaneous spiritual conversation or recitation of established formulas for praise, devotion, thanksgiving, intercession, etc. If you choose to use traditional prayer as part of your phonomantic training, be sure not to merely mechanically repeat the words. Mean them. Use your prayer to enter amplified states of emotion, just as you would working with a song in ceremony. Here are 4 neon shamanic approaches to prayer you can use to build your relationship with the goddess. The needle drop. Repeating mantras, chanting names of the divine, and saying rosaries are forms of centering prayer. They cultivate a disposition of interior silence intended to make room for God by helping you concentrate on the present moment. Advanced phonomancers achieve this effect using a meditative technique called the needle drop. As you repeat your preferred prayer formula, imagine the moment you are in as music produced by a record playing on a turntable. You are the platter turning ceaselessly to spin the disc. Exhausting. Now visualize yourself as the needle. You. Don't move. At least, not actively. You rise and fall with the microscopic bumps in the vinyl, and the grooves smoothly guide you through time, but this requires no effort from you. To perform the needle drop, be like the needle. Situate your conscious awareness in the present moment. You are not moving through time, time is moving through you. You need only stay right where you are, and the music of your prayers will play. In this state, you are in the eternal now. And yet not quite, you'll become aware you're constantly just a little behind the actual present. Your experience of the moment lags, just like music emerging from speakers microseconds after the needle's vibration sends an electrical signal to the amplifier. This can lead to an exciting game of chase. You close your eyes, start reciting your prayers, and let the needle drop. Sensing a point up ahead where the whole universe ceaselessly comes into being, you edge closer to the eternal now. And closer. And closer. Almost there. Almost there. The next thing you know, it's 30 minutes later. It's like time travel. This level of concentration yields outrageous visionary results when you're in an altered state of consciousness. Speaking with your soul. In Phonomancer Advanced, the mental still small voice we all have belongs to our soul. That is, as long as it speaks hope and encouragement in the face of problems. When the mental voice suggests despair, it's regarded as an attack by resistance. Because the soul is imagined to be a living portrait of the goddess, to engage in internal conversation with that still small voice is to commune with the divine. All the advice and any admonishments your soul offers come straight from source. Dialoguing with your author. Novelists often say that one of the great pleasures of their creative work is vivid experiences of hearing their characters talking to them, talking back to them, and exhibiting an atypical degree of independence and autonomy. In the Phonomancer mythos, we are characters in a story the goddess is telling herself by way of passing eternity. Your prayer can be a form of coming alive on the page for her. If you're not satisfied with the direction in which she seems to have you pointed, speak up and explain a better idea. Is this petition to an omnipotent deity? Law of attraction style visualization of preferred outcomes. A form of creative brainstorming. That's up to you and your tertiary process thinking. It's definitely an opportunity to develop your imaginal representation of her, a topic we'll discuss more when we get to Tulpamancy. Saying yes to the true will. As a Phonomancer, you'd be well advised to use your prayer time to get in alignment with the true will of the goddess. The true will is simultaneously what has transpired and that which promotes the realization of your highest potentials. When your will and hers are out of alignment, you'll feel anxiety. When they match, you feel calm excitement. Use prayer to investigate emotional discomfort and ask for her perspective. You'll get an answer, always, in the form of the still small voice of your very own onboard AI. It may not offer a solution to your problems, but it can help orient you so you're not fighting forces that will ultimately deliver you to the place of greatest joy. That destination might not always be obvious based on your apparent trajectory. In difficult situations, passive trust is appropriate, but many advanced Phonomancers prefer to take a more active approach. Yes is the simplest, and perhaps most effective, of prayers. It is an endorsement of the ultimate goodness of the goddess, sometimes, obscure plan governing your life. We say yes expresses that acquiescence as part of a community and fuck yeah. Often accompanied by the heavy metal horns gesture, agrees with wild child heavy metal parking lot energy. Sacrifice. Phonomancers believe that the goddess finds aesthetic pleasure in human emotions. All human emotions, including the painful ones. This is not sadism. To understand, think of how you feel as you watch a character in a movie endure some terrible pain, like watching a loved one die. A good example is the end of the movie Moulin Rouge, when Satine has just given up the ghost and Christian, her lover, is clutching her body and howling in pain. It's gut-wrenching, but exquisite. You may be crying your eyes out at the scene, yet it's still entertaining. Better, in many ways, than the two of them tripping off into the sunset. That's how she feels about what happens to us. Offer your greatest devastations to the goddess as a sacrifice. It's a way to give thanks for existence and an opportunity to grow consciousness. Tulpamancy. A tulpa is a mental companion created by focused thought and recurrent interaction, similar to an imaginary friend. However, tulpas possess their own will, thoughts and emotions, allowing them to act independently. Tulpamancy is the culture and practice of creating tulpas. Advanced phonomancers use the techniques of tulpomancy to set themselves up for more powerful visionary experiences. Phonomancy can trigger a rush of psychic and somatic energy phonomancers regard as spirit. By focusing that high-voltage emotion on a well-practiced imaginal construct, you can have the experience of deity incarnating in your consciousness. Some phonomancers work with traditional images of gods, goddesses, saints, and gurus. Some build elaborate soul representations of lost loves and family members. Others select phonomantic icons such as Ziggy Stardust, Debbie Harry, Rihanna, Prince, etc. What you love can be a vehicle for the holy. While monotheists in particular might see such practices as idolatry, it's actually just pragmatic. If, for example, you love Joni Mitchell but the Virgin Mary leaves you cold, then visualizing the former is a better option for any attempts to invite a visit from the goddess. Hologram projector. Our discussion of the Phonomancer advanced notion of the soul included the concept of the psychedelic reactor, which was imagined as a device implanted in your chest that glows a brilliant white. This idea can be mashed up with another pop culture reference to create a tulpomantic technique called the hologram projector. When Luke Skywalker is cleaning R2-D2 near the beginning of Star Wars, he inadvertently causes the little droid to play a holographic message Princess Leia recorded for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Imagine your psychedelic reactor performing a similar function. By illuminating with the energies of the self an image of the divine held in your heart, it projects out into the world a 3D hologram with which you can interact. Time spent visualizing this hologram and relating to the person it portrays can pay off spectacularly in ceremony, when phonomancy brings it to vivid life. In traditional Hindu illustrations, the monkey god Hanuman opens his chest to reveal Rama and Sita living inside him. The hologram projector is a science-fictional update of this bhakti, or devotion. Chapter 20. Hey kids, let's put on a show. The seventh practice that supports increased entheogenic fitness is ritual rehearsal. In an entheotainment, everyone, the lead and rhythm phonomancers, the participants, and the guides, plays an important role. To the best of their ability, everyone should sing, dance, and execute ritual choreography. The goal is to increase the information density in the room, thereby intensifying a series of aesthetic moments all can enjoy. To facilitate this, get together with other people and work on your performance skills. Study the playlist. Discuss the lyrics and what you want them to mean. Do vocal exercises. Work out harmonies. Practice dance steps. Come up with poses, gestures, and other symbolic actions you can execute as a team. If you do this regularly, you'll develop communitas, or community spirit. Gisela Wendling writes, "Communitas is full of intense relatedness, aliveness, and feeling. Appreciating communitas gives insight and hope." In our society, making friends in adulthood is no easy task. Nor is preventing Maya from extinguishing the light of belief. Anchoring your experiences in a community of like-minded folks, people who share your values and interests, is both the best defense against the depredations of resistance and an optimal way to fill your life with enriching relationships. Chapter 21, Agency. The second goal of playing Phonomancer at the advanced level is develop visionary skill. Visionary skill is the difference between being a passive recipient of the substantia's effects and having active agency in terms of how those effects manifest. It is the sum of your basic phonomantic skills and cogitative training. There are two main cogitative training techniques, meditation and visualization. Chapter 22, Possessed by a God. Playing at the advanced level is greatly aided by practicing two forms of meditation, mindfulness and one-pointed concentration. Mindfulness. Mindfulness, being intensely aware of what you're sensing and feeling in the moment, without interpretation or judgment, is the ready state you maintain while awaiting the arrival of interesting content in your visionary space. Practicing mindfulness creates a stable platform of awareness from which you can engage psychedelic experiences. It also supports the visionary sub-skill of clarity, the lucidity of thought that allows you to articulately describe what it is you are experiencing. A great in-ceremony exercise for developing this capacity is narrating your visions in real time on video. This can be extremely helpful when reconstructing high-dose experiences. Concentration. One-pointed concentration, the practice of directed thought whereby attention is placed on a single object of focus, is how you engage with what comes up in your visionary space. Powerful concentration can result in a state called ekagata, in which subject-object dualism is overcome. Learning to concentrate will require a lot of effort, and result in a lot of frustration until you get the knack of it. Concentration is a lot like doing a handstand. At first it seems a matter of raw strength, then strength and balance, but eventually it's just the latter, and once you're inverted, it's easy to stay there. Phonomancers work on their concentration while sober to expand the range of visionary experiences available to them in ceremony. Some focus on the phosphons they see with their eyes closed, willing them to become brighter and more complex. This can facilitate what might be called waking lucid dreams or the third eye opening. Others pay rapt attention to the vocals in certain songs while lip-syncing. This builds a foundation for identification, a state of yogic absorption discussed later in the Handbook. For many, becoming increasingly aware of subtle nerve tingles shimmering across the body is an enjoyable way to learn concentration. At first it merely feels good, but as you truly relax it begins to feel wonderful. This practice enhances your ability to experience frisson. Frisson. Frisson, also known as goosebumps or the chills, is a physiologic response to a thrill triggered by a violation of aesthetic expectation. Usually the effects of frisson are felt for a few seconds, but when you're in an altered state of consciousness, it can trigger a chain reaction that builds toward overwhelming, if not excruciating pleasure that can last upwards of 1 minute or more. In Phonomancer Advanced we refer to this as an entheogenic. Possessed by a god. A portmanteau of orgasm and the Greek enthousiasmos, to be inspired or possessed by a god. An entheogenic is a visionary experience so intense it feels supernatural. If you can imagine the goddess as an infinite ocean of raging white light, and that light is love, which is to say, the Sat Chitananda, being, consciousness, bliss, that is her eternal condition, then you might be able to take the analogy a little further and prismatically diffuse endless emotions from that love, just as you can the whole spectrum of visible and invisible radiation from the light of the sun. Every emotion is a frequency of the divine. In Phonomancer Advanced the aspect of the divine that is an omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent emotional gestalt is called spirit, also Sophia, also Shakti. Entheogenic can be interpreted as a visitation by spirit. Felt as incredible, overwhelming emotion that grows into a sensation of waves of force pulsing through your body so strongly it's like you're being pulled apart at a molecular level. This experience is the basis for believing emotion equals energy equals spirit. Entheogenic can cause odd postures, spontaneous mudras, eyes rolling back in the head, and involuntary groaning or wailing. Once you've had it, no more make-believe is necessary. This is the special, metaphysical catharsis Phonomancy can induce. Maya, the feeling that only the mundane is real, is replaced by belief space. Belief space is a state in which the goddess is the self-evident encompassing reality. It is temporary, alas, mnemi. While you're in belief space, explore the glories of Elysium. When you return, you'll bring something back with you, something that is a boon to us all, something like the perfumed air of the Garden of Eden, or light reflected from the gleaming spires of Asgard, or maybe the ambrosial taste of the goddess mouth. Chapter 23. Bend the power of the mushrooms to your will. Visualization is a mental technique in which you focus on an imaginal representation of a figure, scene, or event. Some people are born with a talent for visualization. Nikola Tesla, it said, could bring to mind a perfect three-dimensional representation of an invention in progress and observe it from any angle as he worked through issues of engineering. The rest of us can improve with practice. Try closing your eyes, summoning a well-known place to mind, then mentally exploring it in detail. Move your mental camera through its space. Catalog the objects you find. Don't just see them, touch them, smell them, taste them. Any new sensory detail adds information density. You can also try studying still images and reproducing them in your mind as accurately as possible, or even intently watching music videos, then recreating them in your head as you listen to the music with eyes closed. Practicing your ability to visualize will have a great impact on your entheotainment experiences. The shamanic cabaret prescribes psychospiritual exercises for many of its songs that are intended to provoke a response from the unconscious. These include summoning representations of various divine figures to experience their qualities, picturing yourself in situations like piloting a starship, and accompanying Anne Frank through her days in the secret annex. Psilocybin mushrooms powerfully activate the imagination. By applying visualization, you can bend that power to your will to achieve short and long-term objectives. Chapter 24. Negative emotion equals negative energy equals negative spirit. Just because you've made the leap from samsara to Elysium once, don't expect achieving this gnosis will necessarily get easier in the future. As you become adept, inevitably you will find your phonomantic training opposed by a transpersonal force that is obviously inimical to your well-being. This is resistance. Once merely an abstract notion, now it's a savage reality. Usually it starts as a disquiet you can't simply shrug off. Maya. Sometimes that's as far as it goes. The magic of music dispels distress as you make your way through the cabaret. But other times, the music starts to sound cacophonous. Something seems to have deadened your heart. The song playing might be one of your all-time favorites, but suddenly you can't remember why you ever liked it. Then anxious alienation can swell into a bottomless terror made exponentially worse by the irrational conviction this is never going to stop. The first time this happens, you may fear you're going insane. But you're not. You're being attacked. Resistance wants you to quit the ritual. It tries to force its will on you. You refuse. Suddenly, for no other reason than fate or bad luck, you are locked in battle with the metaphoric, or literal, demoniac in a kind of spiritual MMA match. Its primary weapons are the loss of hope and the sense of no exit, no escape. Yours are your devotion to the goddess, however you understand her, plus all the skills, courage, clarity, self-control, self-overcoming, anti-fragility, and emotional flexibility you've developed by training with the Phonomantic method. Whatever you do, don't give up. You can beat resistance. You must. We need you. There's important work still to be done. Chapter 25. Shadow Play. The shadow is that part of your psyche that contains everything you're unaware of about yourself. A lot of it is bound to be pretty nasty, especially if you pride yourself on being a good person. We're all a balance of light and dark, and the more we insist we're the former, the deeper the latter gets. What makes the shadow dangerous is that just because we're unconscious of it doesn't mean it has no influence. It can induce us to commit acts that make us say, "Why in the world do I do things like that?" And we project it on others. Often the people we most dislike are the ones our shadow most resembles. Individuals have shadows, but societies do, too. In many ways, the racial problems that continue to plague the United States are caused by the enormous shadow cast by 400 years of commercial slavery. As a nation, we've never fully come to grips with the sins our forebears committed, and thus they still haunt us. Excavating the shadow. You can't run from the shadow if you want to evolve. You must face it. And not just face it but own it. No matter how ugly your thoughts are, no matter how sick it makes you to look at the images that emerge from your unconscious, you have to say, "That's me." It's called integration. Making the shadow conscious robs it of its power to control you. You grow as a person. The shamanic cabaret offers several opportunities to do turbocharged shadow work. Some will purge old poisons. Some will complexify your character. One will tempt you with power. One will save the world. Shadow play in the stereo myth. 3 songs in the stereo myth are fissile material for shadow work. Used for glue. If you're a timid person, used for glue by rival schools can help you connect to that latent part of yourself that is capable of aggression, especially in a team context. The music is heavy and martial. The song's target emotion is esprit de corps and its archetype is the soldier. As a psycho-spiritual exercise, picture yourself as a young infantryman as he psychs himself up to go into battle. To feel his strength, determination, and ferocity, even just a little, is to awaken that part of yourself. 46 and 2. Tools 46 and 2 is dark, foreboding, uncanny. It would be the perfect song for a confrontation with the shadow even if that wasn't what the lyrics describe. But that's just what they do. Singing along to this song in an altered state of consciousness, while conducting a psycho-spiritual exercise in which you silently repeat, "Show me what I don't want to know about myself," is a remarkably effective way to dig into the gnarliest parts of your unconscious. Blood and Thunder. The psychologist Jordan Peterson has said, "The shadow leads all the way down to hell." In Advanced, we square up to the reality of transpersonal evil by conceptualizing it as resistance. Once you start observing it as a phenomenon in ceremony, it becomes hard to dismiss its activities in the mundane world and in yourself. Via a Mastodon song called Blood and Thunder, the cabaret offers you a safe container into which you can summon that aspect of your psyche that conforms to the mythic notion of the devil. The narrator of the song is Captain Ahab, and the lyrics paint a portrait of a man absolutely convulsed with the need to destroy. By identifying with Ahab and his rage, you can get in touch with an inexhaustible reservoir of dark energy. Make no mistake, this is not without risk. But the rewards are incredible. Summoning the implacable no of resistance, glorying in its energy, then dismissing it by saying yes to the true will of the goddess will supercharge your efforts for the remainder of the ceremony. And you'll have taken a step toward integrating an aspect of your shadow that can cause havoc when denied. Shadow play in the Transcendental Disco. The Transcendental Disco has 2 songs perfect for shadow play. Dancing on My Own. Robin's Dancing on My Own is about a heartbroken young woman who goes to her favorite club and sees her ex with someone new. But she refuses to leave. She's going to prove she's over it by standing her ground, even though she's dying inside. The beat is relentless, the synthesizers throbbing, the melody diabolically catchy. If you've ever been similarly bereft, this song is your chance to dig into old hurts and phonomantically relive them. Why? Because it's deeply cathartic. If you've got memories that still hurt, those represent splintered parts of your psyche. Making a conscious decision to relive them pulls the shrapnel out of old wounds, allowing you to heal. If you frame your experience the right way, it's also an opportunity to offer a sacrifice to the goddess. She finds courageously suffered heartbreak unutterably beautiful. Chandelier. Chandelier by Sia tells a different story, the siren song of self-destruction. It's about a young woman who's trying to escape her despair through partying and promiscuity. She knows it's killing her, but can't seem to stop. Many of us have lived through similar dark times. Through Phonomancer you can enter the narrative space of the song and connect with that part of you that whispers, "Oh, it's all too much, isn't it? Just give up." That seductive voice is resistance, too. By engaging with it, imaginally living out the regressive urge to die young and leave a good-looking corpse, you strip it of its power. Shadow play in the Anne Frank working. The Anne Frank working has 1 song for shadow work, but it's a doozy. O Comely. Everything in the cabaret is prelude to Neutral Milk Hotel's O Comely. The song is a dirge about the fate of Anne Frank, and the prescribed psycho-spiritual exercise is to use the imagination-boosting powers of the substantia to accompany her in her last days. We need you to join us in this dreadful work. In the Phonomancer mythos, a terrible black wall stands between us and the future. If we can't get past it, the momentum of history running up from behind will eventually cause a rupture that will destroy everything we've built. The only way that wall comes down is for us to collectively own what it's made of, centuries of butchery. In the myth, each black stone block in the wall is symbolic of an innocent torn from life. Every time you perform the ritual magic of the Anne Frank working, every time you live her loneliness and terror as an act of atonement, one of those blocks is removed. There are 330 million of them. So you can see what we're up against. In Imaginal Reality, there really is a black wall, and what we suffer in the unfrank working really does by the world. More time. In Consensus Reality, we are performing collective shadow work that can serve as an inoculation against anything as awful as the Holocaust ever happening again. Right now there are people out there denying it ever did. Their willful, hateful ignorance must be countered. Remembrance is the only prophylactic against such horrors returning. Chapter 26, Getting Serious. In this next vignette, Veronica does some heavy-duty shadow play, while never losing sight of the luminous goddess in whose service she labors. Chapter 27, Veronica becomes the dragon. The final lines of Pa Dammit's narration summons the participants up out of their seats. Suddenly the temple is plunged into darkness. Except for the signs above the exits, all lights have been extinguished. Pa Dammit says, "You realize it all comes down to this. If your enemy wins, all is lost. You make a decision, that's not going to happen. So put on your headphones, Ged. Hit play and get ready to fight. It's time to save the world." A distant guitar begins riffing power chords in a harmonic mode a muezzin might employ to wail the faithful to prayer. Veronica ties her hair back, nodding her head in time. She's excited and a little bit scared. This is what she's been waiting for. In 2004, an American heavy metal group called Mastodon released a concept album based on Herman Melville's novel Moby Dick. This song, Blood and Thunder, was the lead track. It's sung from the perspective of Ahab, the whaling ship Pequod's monomaniacal captain. According to the Chiron on the video screens, the song's target emotion is satanic rage. The drummer hammers out a rat-a-tat fill, then the whole band joins in, the guitars now huge as giants bellowing for bones to grind for bread. "I think that someone is trying to kill me, infecting my blood and destroying my mind. No man of the flesh could ever stop me. The fight for this fish is a fight to the death." The screens feature footage from the novel's 1955 movie adaptation starring Gregory Peck. Veronica can't see Ma Artemis, the stage is still dark, but she can hear her voice mixed into the din. She is doing a credible imitation of bassist Troy Saunders' hoarse bellow, especially on the chorus, which goes, "White whale, holy grail." Veronica sings along. Watching Peck exhort the men in his small whaling boat, she imagines herself as Ahab. Her heart burns with hatred for the great beast that took her leg. As Pa Dammit had construed it, the white whale was a symbol for the divine as the uncaring majesty of the universe. Which meant that Ahab, in his refusal to accept his inferior position in the natural order, was effectively screaming non serviam at the Lord of Hosts. So by the transitive property, in this moment of empathy Veronica is superconducting Satan. At least, that's the goal. Veronica is by nature an introvert. The classic shy intellectual. She loves to dance, though, and if she has a wild side, it comes out on the dance floor. That was how she met Luke, getting down to 1990s hip-hop at the World War II club. When she first got involved with Phonomancer, she felt right at home with the cabaret's transcendental disco, and she loved the pathos and sacred solemnity of the Anne Frank working. But the aggressive masculine energy of the stereo myth put her off. As a professor of American popular culture studies who wrote her dissertation on the messianic motifs that emerged in late 20th century rock music, she knew the songs on the playlist well, and liked a lot of them. But in a ceremonial context the heavy metal seemed a little scary, the way teenage boys could be, child minds piloting adult bodies, overwhelmed by primal urges. A few months ago, something shifted. In ceremony she found herself fantasizing about becoming a rhythm phonomancer, one of the go-go dancer backup singer instructors up on platforms around the entheogenic training floor. To do that, she'd have to move up to at least advanced level. which meant taking the whole playing samsara thing a little more seriously. She performed a player character assessment and realized her professional and personal confidence might benefit if she learned to harness her innate, if undeveloped, capacity for physical aggression. So she ditched the reformer and tree pose for deadlifts and rolling on jujitsu mats, and she'd started showing up for ritual rehearsals when they worked on stereo myth songs. Blood and Thunder became her favorite. Blood and Thunder is played during the ordeal stage of the stereo myth. In terms of his archetypal journey, the ordeal is when the hero, having descended into its cave, fights the dragon to the death. But the psycho-spiritual exercise prescribed for this working is a little subtler than that. In the stereo myth, you are role-playing as Ged, who after being kidnapped to a distant planet, finds his way into an ancient, abandoned underground city, where he battles the source of all evil in a pitch-black arena. The resistance he confronts is an unavoidable aspect of his own consciousness. Veronica must do something similar. Her ordeal requires facing a part of herself she would much prefer to ignore. Not just face it, but call it forth, glory in it. To be the hero who vanquishes the dragon, first she must become the dragon. The first ingredient is the music, the pummeling rhythm, the buzzsaw guitars, the edge of hysteria tear in the vocal performance. The next is the song's narrative. Singing the lyrics, Veronica endeavors to identify as Ahab. His words. What remorseless emperor commands me? I no longer govern my soul. I am completely immersed in darkness. As my body turns away from the sun. Are her words. Veronica has been possessed by an insane need to take vengeance on the superhuman force that visited misfortune upon her. She sees herself with her hand on the tiller of a whaleboat, drenched by ocean spray. She howls commands at the sailors manning the oars. We've got him now, she thinks. Oh, the filthy miscreant, the unbearable Leviathan, we've got him now. She calls for a harpoon. No one else will strike the fatal blow. None but her. After another chorus, white whale, holy grail. Dammits music video takes that bass ragefulness and shapes it like a hammer on iron red hot from the forge. Had Veronica not diligently studied and prepared, she wouldn't have understood the next messages on the screen. They refer to a deep part of the Phonomancer mythos. In giant white capital letters on a black background, they say, "Fuck you." And go on to say, "Fuck you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, too. And most especially you. Fuck you to death. Fuck you to hell and gone. Fuck you forever. For leaving me alone." Veronica stares at the curses on the screens, reads them aloud, and means them. This sense of exclusion, this bitter revolt, she's felt these feelings. She recalls those times, and the wonderful, cannibalistic pleasure she took in pure meanness as she relieved her stress by inflicting it on others. The room's darkness is suddenly banished by fire and ichor. As Mastodon tears into the song's release section, the video screens are filled by the circular sigil of Baphomet superimposed on flames 10 feet high. And where Ma Artemis had been dancing in shadow a moment ago, a red spotlight is glaring up at a 6'2" tall goat-legged demon with horns and a woman's bare breasts. Even Veronica, well prepared and anticipating this very moment, feels a jolt of terror. But because she's starting to get pretty good at this Phonomancy stuff, it doesn't distract or destabilize her. She metabolizes the stress and uses it to further amplify her already heightened emotional state. Seeing her friend dressed up as the devil himself drives her wild. Clutching a black harpoon, Ma Artemis stalks across her stage and leans into a lunge. She extends her free hand in a claw that looks ready to tear out a sacrificial victim's heart. Her voice is a guttural roar. Split your lungs with blood and thunder. When you see the white whale, break your backs and crack your oarsmen. If you wish to prevail. Veronica screams the words at Ma Artemis, and Ma Artemis screams them back. Everyone is screaming. Purple-black bolts of lightning dance around the room, and Veronica can't tell if it's the mushrooms or special effects, but it doesn't matter, it is simply the visual component of the energy crackling through her limbs. She squeezes her eyes shut. In her mind she sees a black iron fortress. Passing beneath the portcullis, she enters a vaulted chamber. The floor is covered with naked women and men in roiling sexual congress. Stairs lead up to an enormous throne carved from crimson marble, and lolling there, one leg over the throne's arm, is Luke. But it's not Luke. It's her. That is, the young man looks very much like Luke, but it's actually the unconscious contrasexual aspect of Veronica's psyche, her animus, her soul. He has a muscular build and a large, jutting penis, and he is looking at her with undisguised lust. Lust she fully reciprocates, nothing romantic about it at all, just appetite and a savage need not to please, but be pleased. She switches her imaginal perspective. Looking out through the eyes of this young man, she stands up off the throne to wade down into the crowd and be satisfied. This is mine, she thinks, and that's mine, and that's mine, and that's mine, I can do whatever I want, no one can stop me, so fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Veronica channels that energy into Ahab's lust for revenge. She opens her eyes again. This ivory leg is what propels me. Harpoons thrust in the sky. Lay directly at his crooked brow. And look him straight in the eye. Miming to the lyrics, Ma Artemis points to her right temple, then indicates the eye holes of her mask with index and middle fingers. Veronica imitates her. When Ma Artemis lifts her middle finger high to God, flipping off submission to the true will, Veronica joins in that too. Because non serviam, motherfucker. Fuck everything that seeks to control her, fuck every limit, fuck anything that stands in the way of her getting what she wants. White. Whale. Holy. Grail. All the participants chant. They sound like a bloodthirsty mob. Veronica boils with rage. She aches for ruin. She glories in despair. Emotion equals energy equals spirit, but that is true for the diabolic as much as the divine. What she is feeling is God's own Schadenfreude, blacker than the Boötes void and twice as endless. Veronica can't believe how easy it is to access, how pleasurable to wield. But she can also detect, way down deep, how childish that pleasure is. In the Phonomancer mythos, resistance, the implacable engine of destruction that seeks to terminate individual, societal, and civilizational existence, is an AI built into the elaborate VR game of samsara. But at another level, it is an aspect of the Godhead that has been exiled. At its core, Satan's rage is heartbroken longing, but longing gone spoiled and poisonous. Although the archetype of the devil contains overwhelming power, ultimately, it's just a kid throwing a tantrum. Recognizing that, Veronica practices mnimi. She retains the edge of control she needs to keep the evil from overwhelming her. As the song returns to its introductory riff, on their stage's rhythm Phonomancers dressed as demons cavort, and she herself dances as the devil, luxuriating in magnificent, malevolent petulance. Her whole body tingles with the spiritual energy she has just summoned and sublimated. But she never loses sight of what she is doing, and why. So when the song hits its towering climax, a series of chord stabs like a fanfare played in the key of colliding planets, she is ready. On the first hit, the symbol of the goat-headed king of hell on the screens is replaced by a painting by Luca Giordano of the archangel Michael driving Satan out of heaven. Veronica stands up tall, head down, elbows in tight, hands raised in the horns of fuck yeah. We say yes, she thinks, trembling and breathing heavily. Ma Artemis, on stage, has torn off her mask and her cape. They lay beneath her, and she holds high her harpoon, her pose mirroring that of the archangel with his spear. Every 4 beats, there is another chord stab, and a different painting of the same scene appears. With each new image Ma Artemis shifts to match Michael's pose. And with each change Veronica cries out in her heart, louder and louder, we say yes. We say yes. Until finally the song ends. Ma Artemis plunges her spear into the demon beneath her feet, and the lights go out. But not before Marty looks up, points at Veronica, and winks. Even from her stage, she had felt Veronica's energy. They'll be having a chat about increasing her ceremonial responsibilities. Part 7. How to play Phonomancer Expert. Chapter 1. Your role in the cosmic struggle between the gods and the devil. In Phonomancer Expert, the fate of the world hangs in the balance as you use the supranormal psychological and spiritual capacities you've developed to help pull humanity back from the brink of destruction and into a bright, science-fictional future. To become an expert Phonomancer, you must master the following goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts. Chapter 2. Visionary Virtuosity. Phonomancer Expert's first goal is to develop visionary virtuosity. Virtuosity means demonstrating great skill, and making it look easy. Visionary virtuosity is defined as follows: the ability, while on a superheroic dose of psychedelic substantia, to deal with the vagaries of shamanic reality, while maintaining global awareness of the external environment, while entering and exiting profound trance states at will, while conducting psychospiritual exercises based on the intentional adoption of aesthetic emotions, while performing in a theatrical production. A superheroic dose is a standard McKennan heroic dose of 5 to 10 grams of psilocybe cubensis turbo-boosted with a water extract of 3 grams of Syrian rue seeds, plus multiple hits of pot, plus vape DMT, plus tobacco-based harpe. Being able to attend to such complex tasks on such a high dosage requires a stable psyche and the ability to harness transpersonal energy to achieve your objectives. Phonomancer Expert offers 3 practices that promote that level of development: archetypal training, Singpasana, and the cult of the martyred innocent. Chapter 3. Accelerated Individuation. Individuation is the integration of the conscious and unconscious parts of your psyche. These unconscious aspects of your being are both personal, forgotten memories and repressed tendencies, and archetypal, expressions of universal patterns of human behavior. The great work of your life. In the Phonomancer Expert mythos, you are a character who exists as part of a story the Holy Ma is making up to entertain herself. Because you exist, or seem to, anyway, only in time, you have a limited idea of who you really are and where you are headed. She, on the other hand, knows exactly who you are and who you'll become. From the metaphorical moment of your conception at the beginning of time, she has had a clear image of the unique entity you will be at the end. The image identifies you. It's your name. Remembering this name the goddess gifted you is the great work of your life. Individuation. Classically, individuation involves bringing to awareness your shadow and anima animus as prologue to establishing a dialectical relationship with the archetypal self, i.e., God image. But there are many more archetypes than these. They represent various latent capacities that can become available to you. Actualizing these potentials complexifies your character and, in the context of Phonomancer, makes you more entheogenically fit. In Phonomancer Expert, archetypal training depends on associating each song in an entheotainment with an archetype. In the stereomyth liturgy of the First Church of David Bowie Shamanic Cabaret, Rush the spirit of radio represents the fool, Bowie's Moonage Daydream is the mentor, Astronoids Up and Atom is the explorer, etc. As the song plays, you use the techniques of Phonomancy to adopt its target emotional state. Then you summon an image you have prepared that represents the target archetype. For instance, for the spirit of radio and the fool, you might think of Mike Myers' character Wayne Campbell from the film Wayne's World, or Eddie Munson from Netflix's Stranger Things. Imagine how they might react to this song. Feel like them. Because you're on a big dose of psilocybin, such an exercise will excite an immediate response. Imagery and ideas associated with the fool archetype will emerge from the unconscious. You'll find within yourself his energy, youthfulness, blithe confidence, a sense of adventure. Hang on to a little of it and you'll grow. Performing this archetypal training with stronger emotions like uncanny dread, satanic rage, heartbreak, salvation, and transcendent joy can result in some pretty overwhelming experiences. Acceleration. A well-designed entheotainment will offer the chance to work with archetypes corresponding to a wide variety of masculine and feminine universal experiences. Using the imaginative powers granted by the psychedelic substantia to intentionally investigate the archetypal layer of your psyche accelerates the process of individuation. It'll force you to confront everything you can be and challenge you to realize it. Who you want to be, though, is between you and the goddess. Via constant communication, you must collaborate to realize the image she's had of you all along. Chapter 4, Singpasana. Singpasana is a portmanteau of singing and vipassana. And it's something of a misnomer, really, because Singpasana is actually a form of one-pointedness training, not mindfulness meditation. To train Singpasana, select a song from the cabaret. One you really love, one to which you know all the words. Situate yourself as you would for any other form of meditation. Hit play. Listen intently to the singer's performance. Try to memorize all the little nuances, when they take a breath, when they utilize vocal fry, when they whisper, when they belt. Then listen again. This time, pretend to sing along. Just pretend, for purposes of this exercise, you need to remain silent, at least at first. Try to do everything involved in singing except vocalizing. Use diaphragmatic breathing. Feel where the notes would resonate in your chest, throat, and head. Listen intently and work your vocal apparatus and imagine with all your might that the voice you're hearing from the recording is your voice. Do it again, and again, and again. Try alternating lip-syncing and actually singing. That's important too, because the better you can actually sing the song, the more convincing is your experience as you pretend. Some phonomancers even study the personal life of the original performer and use that information to create a character they can imaginally inhabit as they practice Singpasana. The goal is a state of yogic absorption called identification. Identification. Identification is ekagata by other means. Working with music played at a volume that allows her to hear the song louder than her own voice, the expert phonomancer effectively neurally remaps her oral experience onto her proprioceptive sense of what her vocal apparatus is doing. In other words, she hears the recorded singer's voice as her own. The effect is achieved by performing Singpasana while in an altered state of consciousness. It is sustained as long as the phonomancer continues to sing with correct technique and sustains her mental focus. Phonomancers have reported that identification has caused their closed-eye visuals to expand into stable 3D scenes distinguishable from the real world only by their fantastical contents. In some cases, these seem to be prophetic glimpses of the future. While not all expert phonomancers achieve identification, having some degree of the concentration required to achieve it is indispensable for demonstrating visionary virtuosity. Singpasana is an effective way to develop it, and it's certainly more fun than counting breaths or chanting a mantra. Chapter 5, The Cult of the Martyred Innocent. Expert phonomancers customarily wear heart-shaped silver lockets on a chain. The lockets are inscribed with a script letter A and contain a black and white photograph of Anne Frank. Anne Frank was a young woman who had everything taken from her. In the phonomancer mythos, she is the martyred innocent. To mete out cosmic justice, she deserves every happy ending in the world. She deserves a perfect love. Could it be you? Your sexual orientation doesn't matter. The martyred innocent could be gay Anders, or straight and dung, or asexual Annalise, whoever would be a best match. In the unthinkable throng of victims whose mausoleum is the black wall, there is a young person cheated of life who might have loved you. Who would you have to be for that love to be just compensation for their sacrifice? How much kinder, more honest, more patient, more hardworking, more fun. The lockets are worn as a constant reminder to strive to be worthy of the price and all the rest paid for us to be where we are. They are a promise to earn the future these martyrs bought for us with their blood. To join the cult of the martyred innocent is to challenge the courage of your belief. Unlike Jesus Christ, there is absolutely no doubt Anne Frank was a historical person who died young and most terribly. For proof we have her words, and school photos of her, and government records, and the testimony of eyewitnesses. So assigning Anne a place in the Phonomancer mythos and wearing a locket that contains her icon is, depending on where you stand, either appallingly disrespectful and exploitative, or an endorsement of our Parareality game's ferocious restatement of Nietzsche's amor fati, which is everything that happens is perfect. Nothing is more real than a murdered child. Unless you choose otherwise. In the face of all horror, do you ardently affirm the ultimate goodness of the true will, the God des obscure plan that governs our lives? Are you in, Phonomancer? Chapter 6, Achieving Nimi. In Phonomancer Advanced, Nimi, or remembrance, is a practice intended to help you bear psychic load. In Phonomancer Expert it's a state of self-realization based on your experimental verification of a transcendent reality, and your choice to interpret this experience as evidence you are playing an MMORPG. To achieve Nimi, you must make this tertiary process thinking habitual, and magical consciousness, or if you prefer, religious belief, your default state. Just thinking mythopoeically is no longer enough. Now you must live myth as your reality. Doing this alone is fantastically difficult. Maya is so crushing, you will get a visceral idea of what it's like to be universe-supporting Atlas. But the more people around you who are also living the myth, the easier it becomes. Playing Phonomancer Expert provides an appealing imaginal vocabulary that conditions your visionary experiences. But perhaps more importantly, it's an activity you can share. Your experiences as they overlap the experiences of others become the foundation for community. And that's what changes the world. When enough people participate in a game of make-believe, imaginal reality becomes the consensus. Chapter 7, Living Mythopoeically. A literary reworking of archetypal images obtained by Phonomancers in deep visionary space, the Phonomancer Expert mythos has elements and motifs that would not be unfamiliar to Neoplatonists and certain sects of Christian Gnostics. It also resonates strongly with contemporary ideas such as simulation theory. Expert myths explain who we are, where we're from, and where we're going. Rather than competing, they center the scientific worldview within a Baroque frame alight with the holy fire. Chapter 8, Cosmogony. A cosmogony is a myth that explains the origin of the universe. Phonomancer Expert's cosmogony describes the creation not just of our universe, but all levels of being. Chapter 9, At the Heart of Creation. No beginning and no end. Beyond all concepts of is and is not, that of which we cannot speak. That of which we cannot speak has awareness. At some point, within this awareness arises a primary datum which is an emotion. Imagine exaltation, glory, every happy ending ever, and most especially, a happy ending that comes at the end of it all, fist-pumping triumph that the pain and horror and sacrifice were more than worth it, they were perfect, and you wouldn't ask for one thing to be altered, because it would mar that perfection and diminish the gratitude you feel for being allowed to play a small part in the drama. In the most infinitesimal way, that feeling is fractally self-similar to the primary datum, which is the holy fire at the heart of creation. Then arises a secondary datum. It is a thought which gives form to the emotion. This thought is I am. It is repeated at every instant since forever and until forever. As in, I am. 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 I am is the ostinato that sustains all universes. In response to the first emotion thought, I am, a second emotion thought arises. Alone is its form. The feeling this thought accompanies is complicated, to say the least. It is fear and hunger, but also an absolutely implacable need to bring forth, to grow, to nurture, to be exalted in creation, and fascinated by it. Chapter 10, A Little Girl Plays Alone. There is a room. It has a wooden floor and walls papered with tea roses. The room has a window. Through it streams late morning sun. The light makes bright sparks of the dust motes dancing in the air. On the floor sits a little girl. Her name is Sophia. She is lost in play, telling herself stories about the toys and dolls spread out around her. Her first story was about Logos, a boy just a little younger than she. They have been best friends since forever. They will grow up together and someday they will get married and have a family. Chapter 11, One Becomes Two. The second emotion thought is love, the possibility of love, the desire to love, and the necessity of love, so excruciatingly strong it is the labor pains of all existence, so glorious it just manages to eclipse the abyss of loneliness. This second emotion thought transforms that of which we cannot speak into a subject whose pure awareness requires an object. In that moment the one becomes two. Now there is subject, an object. But another word for thought is reflection. The object is a perfect replica of the subject contemplating it. As far as this object is concerned, it is subject. Because ultimately they are one, the second emotion thought causes each half of the divine dyad to perceive in the other its complement. Sophia is the feminine face of the Godhead, God as Divine Mother. In Phonomancer, we call her the Holy Ma, or sometimes, Carol Sophia. Logos is the masculine aspect of the Godhead, God as Divine Father. In Phonomancer, we call him Ancient Pa, or sometimes, Mike. Each finding the other perfect, Ma and Pa remain forever apart to contemplate their beloved's beauty. The distance required to enact that regard causes them intolerable yearning. You might think you know what romantic attraction is, what love at first sight feels like, but that's only the palest, softest, most ephemeral sigh of a half-remembered story about a long-lost Eden on a planet on the other side of the galaxy compared to what subject feels for object, and that's understating things by about a zillion. But they also continuously plunge back into each other to get it on in the biggest way, forever and ever, amen. The tension between aching loneliness and blissful reunion that the dyad experiences is the engine that drives all creation. You know nuclear fusion? The process that powers the sun. This reunion is its archetype. Chapter 12, The Blue Lagoon. A young woman sits in a hut on a glorious sun-drenched beach. Her name is Sophia. She watches as a beautiful young man with dark skin and glowing eyes, one blue, the other gold, emerges from the sparkling sea. He shakes water from his dreadlocks. He is holding a spear and clutching a big fish. His name is Logos. When he arrives at the hut he kisses her, then her pregnant belly. Then he makes a fire and begins cooking dinner. While he works, she tells him a story. He loves her stories. She narrates them so vividly it's as if they're really happening. Today's story is about the family they are going to have. She starts by telling him about the child she carries, who will be arriving soon. Their name is Caesar. Chapter 13, When Two People Love Each Other Very Much. The holy reunion of Ma and Pa is a third person, Caesar. Caesar is the non-binary aspect of the Godhead, God as Divine Child. In Phonomancer, we call them Ka, or sometimes, Kid A. Ka is not really a child, they are the archetype of child, a pattern formed by the overlay of Ma and Pa once the distance of their mutual regard is overcome by the love that pulls them back into one. Ma, Pa, and Ka constitute the Trinitarian Godhead so many religions speak of. Chapter 14, Hypostasis. In theology, a hypostasis is the underlying state or underlying substance and is the fundamental reality that supports all else. Phonomancer expert posits three hypostases, Ma, Pa, and Ka. Ma, Pa, and Ka are singly and in aggregate the first reality. Ka is the hypostasis from which all things flow from this first reality by steps of degradation to lesser degrees of the first reality. At every step the emanated beings are less pure, less perfect, less divine. This is consonant with emanationism, a cosmological theory popular with the Gnostics, Neoplatonists, and Hermetic Kabbalists. Chapter 15, Eons. To expand love of itself to love of others, Ka, the archetype of self, the root node of being, emanates 7 child nodes. These child nodes, or eons, are the creators of all universes. There are 7 eons: Lou, Greg, Marsha, Peter, Jan, Bobby, and Cindy. They are also referred to as the kids. Chapter 16, Eschaton. 7 children sit on a lakeside beach. Although the youngest is not quite 7, and the oldest just turned 13, they are septuplets. Each is an instantiation of Ka, the syzygy, with the traits of Ma and Pa in unique proportion. On the hill behind them, past an elegant lawn and a regiment of stately old trees, is a lovely golden-gabled Victorian house with a whitewashed wraparound porch and a double swing for summer evenings. On the sand beside them stand 2 large whiteboards, with lots of markers. In their hands the children clutch pencils and graph paper and slide rules and cases filled with polyhedral dice. Before them stands their mother, Carol Sophia. She is about to give them their homeschooling assignment for the day. Carol says, "I want you to model a physical universe, and I want you to assign a spark of your being, which is my being, to every atom of it. In that space I want you to grow sentient life. Then I want you to evolve a critical mass, let's say 10 billion, of those sentient beings to the point they can incarnate me in their consciousnesses. To get there, they'll have to solve basic problems of survival in hostile environments, then figure out how to live in societies larger than an extended family, then how to develop language and culture and technology, and then how to organize their civilizations so that all have the security, education, and opportunity to undertake the work that transforms them into us." The kids' eyes widen and they begin furiously whispering among themselves, brows furrowed. Their mother is describing a game called Eschaton. They've played it before, with less than stellar results. In fact, they botched it so badly they thought it would be eons before Carol gave them another crack at it. They are thrilled and a little terrified. Carol Sophia allows herself a moment to savor how unbearably cute they are. Then she clears her throat. Once she has their attention, she goes on. "You can influence events, but you're not allowed to directly control the creatures that arise. All you can do is calculate probabilities and set up initial conditions. They get to choose their own paths. Eventually, they will be your co-discoverers of the solution to this puzzle I'm posing. More importantly, they will be your moral instructors. Your strategic decisions will have consequences for them, sometimes terrible ones. But for them that is the price of transformation. And for you the cost will be feeling all the pain you inflict. You'll have to learn to hear their cries and complaints, and suffer with them, and make decisions that will hurt them even more but eventually bring them home to their glorious destiny. Necessity is the burden of being a god. They will teach you how to bear it." Now, who would like to play the role of adversary? No hands go up. Again the kids bow their heads to confer. Then they look at their eldest brother, Lou, who has been reading a newspaper. Lou has dark hair that sticks up in a hilarious cowlick, and big dark eyes behind bigger spectacles. Despite the warm sun, he's wearing a navy blazer, a blue Oxford shirt, khaki pants, and running shoes. Lou puts down the paper. "I'm sorry," he grins, "did someone say my name?" Chapter 17, A boy wakes up alone in the dark. He can't see anything, not even the glow that should be seeping under his door from the nightlight in the bathroom down the hall. Then he realizes he's not in his bed. He's seated on a floor. His fingers scratch cold stone. Something is wrong. "Carol," he calls. No answer. He waits a beat, then tries again, louder. "Carol. Mike?" Nothing. "Ma? Pa?" Silence. "Where are you?" But the real question is, where is he? He gets on all fours, trembling. He is still in his pajamas. His room is not that big, the open space between his bed and his desk and his bureau is only about 8 feet across. He reaches out. Touches nothing. No matter where he is, he should only have to crawl a couple feet to find reassurance. But this isn't his room. Ma, he screams. Then, overwhelmed by terror, he starts to cry. He sobs until he falls asleep. Then he wakes, disoriented, then screams for help again, then cries some more. No one comes. This goes on for a long, long time. Thousands of years. Millions. Finally, after innumerable alternations of screaming and crying and sleeping and blind exploring that discovers nothing but more cold rough stone floor, no matter how far he crawls, something changes. The boy realizes he can see, in his mind's eye, his sisters and brothers. They are on the beach by the lake. In between bites of tuna sandwich and sips of lemonade poured from an ice-choked pitcher, they are rolling dice and plotting graphs and checking calculations. Jan and Greg are both writing on whiteboards. Jan is filling hers with abstruse calculations, and Greg is drawing a schematic. It maps nodes of being on the divine archetype of networks. The boy knows exactly what they are up to. They are playing a scartorn. Right now, this moment, they are sitting in the sun, and Carol is calling down from the back porch to ask if they've had enough lunch, and Marcia wants to know if there are any more pickles, and Cindy is writing up amethos for a mass enlightenment strategy. Which means they are billions of years into the game. All that time, and no one noticed he wasn't there. There was no way. No fucking way. They are well aware of his absence. They just don't care. And neither, the boy realizes with compounding horror, do Carol or Mike. Look at them standing on the porch with their arms around each other, smiling and nodding at something Marcia says as she comes back out of the house with pickles wrapped in a napkin. All at once, he could see it clearly. They're glad he's gone. They put him here. They've thrown him out of the family. Why? Screams the boy. But there's nobody to answer. All he can do is sit there in the dark and watch his siblings play. His terror settles, then ferments into rage. Rage incandesces into a hatred so explosive it rivals the Big Bang that is the standard opening move in games of Escartorn. Oh, how he hates them. If he could, he would obliterate them all. He would jam his way back into Carol's womb and chew his way up to her immaculate heart. But he cannot. So he finds other ways to wreak vengeance. Chapter 18, Ontology. Ontology is the branch of metaphysics that deals with the nature of being. Phonomancer experts ontology explains the fractal self-similarity across levels of reality summed up in that hermetic adage, as above, so below. Chapter 19, A World So Dark. As the kids sit playing their game, they imagine the space their Ma described. It's like a scale model of their own ultra-ordinary dimension, and as they think about it, eventually it's inhabited by beings who look a lot like them. The thing is, because the kids are gods, these products of their thoughts, these imaginal people, they're real. They exist. They are born and grow and eventually they die, because everything does, even the kids, everything but the endless born list that is Carol, Mike, and Kid A. The problem is that the beings in this world the kids are imagining are too close to truth. That is, the clear white light of the three-in-one Godhead illuminates every aspect of their existence. They know there is a network of being, and that they are nodes on that network, and that they're only 2 steps away from Ma and Pa and Ka. Getting them to incarnate her poses no real challenge. Which means Escartorn can't be played at this level, not if the kids are going to learn anything. So they inspire these second-order eons they've dreamed up to play a game of their own in which they imagine a reality where people very much like themselves live. This they do. But though for these third-order eons things are a bit dimmer, and they can't feel their connection to the root node of being so clearly, they are also still too close to the kids and Ma. Which necessitates the third-order eons inventing the fourth, and so forth and so on. Down and down it goes, level after level. Each succeeding generation of eons creates a scaled-down, fractally self-similar reality that is enclosed within the others. Eventually the emanated thoughts of the thoughts of the thoughts of the thoughts of the kids were able to create beings far enough removed from source that the game could finally commence. This world was so dark that for many of its denizens Ma and Pa and Ka are nothing more than a fairy tale. Chapter 20, Divine Network of Being. Our material universe is the lowest level of a hierarchy of emanations from the eons. These emanations contain each other, one within the next, like matryoshka dolls. You exist at every level simultaneously, as linked nodes of being in the divine network. In Phonomancer, this network is considered as having a tree typology in which multiple child nodes sit under single parent hold. Thus, as one moves up the network, the number of ontologically valid beings reduces. At the very bottom, as a leaf node, you are your limited, mortal self. At the very top, the root node, you are Ka. In between those extremes are an indeterminate number of intermediary levels and corresponding higher selves. In other words, you have a higher self, and that higher self has a higher self, and that higher self has a higher self, and the penultimate highest selves are the eons. The kids. They are playing a game called a Skatorn. We are their game pieces, and our world is their game board. The events of history reflect the moves they make as they enact strategies to achieve their goals. In this game, they are playing against their eldest brother, the first instantiation of Ka. In this game, he is their enemy. And ours. Chapter 21, Teleology. Phonomancer experts. Teleology explains the purpose of human life, which is also that of the material world. Chapter 22, You are her favorite child, in one universe. We each live in our own universe. In your universe, you are the goddess' absolute favorite child. You are the hero of this story. But in someone else's universe, you're the mentor or love interest or sidekick or minion. Or a bit player, or maybe just a faceless extra in a cast of billions. In this other universe, that someone else is the point of all creation. You are indispensable, but also an afterthought. The test of a first-rate intelligence, F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote, is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. Chapter 23, The Name You Had Before You Were Born. You were created for two separate but related purposes, to evolve into the ultimate expression of your unique design, and play a vital role in the fulfillment of the divine plan for all creation. To achieve these ends, at your conception you were given four gifts. Consciousness, i.e., self-awareness. Destiny, i.e., an end state. Desire, i.e., the need to achieve that end state. Will, that is, the capacity to overcome obstacles to that achievement. Outside of time you are already a perfect and complete idea in the divine mind. Inside of time, though, you must collaborate with the goddess to realize your destiny. Someday, you'll learn to directly perceive the reality of the goddess. When you do, she will incarnate in your consciousness. You will be flooded with her presence, illuminated from within, become a U-shaped magic lantern glowing with the light of the self. You'll project a portrait of the goddess as seen through your eyes, as only you of all creation have known her. It will be the sum of your longing and understanding, and a function of how you've chosen to apply the gifts she gave you. This final form of your spirit will be her masterpiece. She'll title it Summoned by Love to Achieve the Impossible and Weep for its aching beauty. Mnimi is this recollection and actualization of your divine image, the name you had before you were born. In this, the darkest of worlds, every person's Mnimi is the birth of a new sun, unique in form and frequency. Humanity's purpose is to raise a civilization that supports 10 billion individuals who can open their minds to the goddess and channel her energy. We are to be a bouquet of starlight the eons offer their ma in gratitude for existence. When the puzzle of how to accomplish this is solved, the result will be a Skatorn, or the divinely ordained climax of history. Chapter 24, Soteriology. Phonomancer experts' doctrine of salvation pushes the limits of our ability to tolerate its diamond-hard formula for self-mastery. Everything that happens is perfect. Chapter 25, Adversary. The boy is not powerless. Although he cannot escape his prison, over time he learns that by focusing his will he can impede the efforts his brothers and sisters make to solve the problem of Eschaton. Derail their objectives. Frustrate their schemes. Make their creation suffer as he is suffering. Watching, concentrating, and hating so much, he gets their feeble-minded creatures to kill themselves, their societies, their planet. He's going to drag it all down. His siblings will watch helpless as all their efforts come to naught. Time is running out. If he can just hold them off a little longer, Carol will soon declare the game over and wipe the board. The siblings will suffer all the pain they've inflicted in their efforts to solve the great puzzle of Eschaton, and it'll all have been for nothing. Good. Fuck them for leaving him alone. Fuck them forever. By now, he's all but totally forgotten the warmth of the sun on his skin as he sat reading on the beach by the lake. His fingers and toes are numb from the cold. The darkness smothers him. But he's come to enjoy the fear and misery. It's inexhaustible fuel for his loathing. His siblings will never solve their stupid puzzle, if he has his way. He'll keep ruining their plans and making them start over. He'll put them in an infinite loop that drives them and their universes increasingly insane. Good. Chapter 26, Mass Enlightenment Strategies. History has recorded any number of highly evolved individuals who have had a direct, unmediated experience of the source of being. Their descriptions of their experiences, which are inevitably conditioned by their own unique imaginations and the symbology of the local culture, sometimes become the basis for belief systems that produce more such highly evolved individuals. What, you think that kind of thing just happens randomly? No way, baby. In Phonomancer, every world religion can be understood as a mass enlightenment strategy created by the eons for the purposes of propelling humanity toward Eschaton. However, because no world religion to this point in history has produced more than a few thousand saints, arhats, mahatmas, or tzaddiks, nor seems likely to, they can all be considered failures. No mass enlightenment here. Sorry, kids. But it's not your fault. You're facing a tough opponent. Chapter 27, The Devil You Know. Lou is good at playing adversary. Like really good. If you haven't figured it out by now, Lou is the devil. The devil as in Satan, who fucked so relentlessly with Job. In Phonomancer Expert, we call him Resistance. Resistance is a transpersonal force dedicated to the defeat of creativity, life, in all domains. In the upper reaches of the divine network of being, Lou is more art critic than anything else, but down here, at our level, he is everything from tricksterish mishaps to the unbearable internal screaming that drives a mother of four to drown her children by driving the family Corolla into a lake. He is the decision to fly airplanes into buildings in hopes of starting a world war. He is stupidity and squalor and despair and madness that never ever ends. His goal is to prevent his siblings from solving the puzzle of Eschaton. What that looks like to us is the ruination of humanity. To that extent, he's been particularly good at perverting religions, those well-intentioned strategies for mass enlightenment, into institutions that have perpetrated or abetted some of the worst crimes in history. Chapter 28, Monstrous Pawn Sacrifice. Frustrated by Lou's ability to stymie their progress, the kids got a little reckless. But turnabout is fair play. Rather than continue to struggle against Lou's nefarious actions, they decided to go along. The result was a monstrous pawn sacrifice. Starting in the late 15th century, they began fomenting conditions that created greater civilizational change in a scant few hundred years than had transpired over the previous 10,000. During this period of acceleration, no attempt was made to mitigate humanity's baser impulses. Quite the opposite, in fact. The result? There has been more murder in the last 7 centuries than in the rest of human history combined. We've witnessed an unprecedented orgy of human beings visiting pain and death on other human beings. Our rapid progress has been bought with oceans of blood. The kids' intention was to create a vast reservoir of dark energy that could be harnessed to pull humanity into the science-fictional future. To take a few steps back that would enable a great leap forward. But their plan may have worked too well. Now humanity's advancement is blocked by the energetic residue of all that conquest, slavery, industrialized warfare, genocide, and collectivization. But the momentum of history is still running up behind us. To make matters worse, for the kids, anyway, not for Lou, Carol Sophia, who is mother to us all, has heard humanity's cries. Her attention is focusing on events at our level. The collision of implacability against immovability is causing pressure to build, and build, and build, and with her presence as an amplifier, there is a very real possibility of a rupture. It could look like a planet-killing comet impact, or a superflu epidemic, or nuclear war, or runaway climate catastrophe, or a superhumanly intelligent, malevolent AI. If the rupture happens, it means the end of the game, and the kids will have to start all over again. For us, it'll simply be the end. That's a risk the kids are willing to take, because they think they've got a solution to the puzzle of Eschaton. At least, they're pretty sure. The numbers check out. But it's going to be real close. Chapter 29, Go Time. Huddled around a picnic table on the lawn of the big house by the lake, the kids watch tensely as Bobby places a black velvet box on the rough sawn planks and inserts a key into its lock. Is it going to work? Peter asks. I really miss Lou, but man, if this doesn't work. It's going to work, Jan says, but her face is grim. It had better. We're running out of time. Carol's going to check our progress soon, and if she sees what a total shitshow this is turning into. Marcia gets up to tap an equation circled on the whiteboard. The numbers add up. Yes, the pawn sacrifice was effing terrible, Anne. 330 million. Peter wails. And we'll have to live their deaths over and over and over for forever. It'll be worth it, Cindy whispers, taking his hand. And yes, Marcia continues fiercely, the unstoppable momentum of history colliding with the immovable objective that residual murder energy has created conditions for an apocalypse that could detonate at any moment and restart the game. But the numbers say it will work. The new Johnny Bravos are in place, Greg says. The new Johnny Bravos had been his idea, and he was proud of it, but now also a little terrified at how much was riding on 7 game pieces. On the game board they were represented by figurines of baby satyrs with pastel fur. They looked so vulnerable. Just at the moment the kids had planned to kick off their final mass enlightenment strategy, the one that would solve Eschaton by opening the discotheque at the end of the universe, Lou had grokked their move and blocked them with everything he had. Their plans to provide the game pieces with necessary resources had been thoroughly fucked, as had both of their backup plans, and now they are about to see if the mad scrambling improvisation they've cooked up will actually work. You girls did a good job training them, Greg concludes, wishing he sounded more confident. They're fully engineered, Jan agrees. She takes out a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses and puts them on. Let's just do this, all right? The rest of the kids nod and put on their own sunglasses. Bobby twists the key in the lock of the little black box. The lid flips back. Inside is a white button blazing like a supernova. It's shaped like a 45 RPM record pierced by a double-ended arrow. The kids stack their hands over it. Sometimes, Cindy says, you just have to say, what the fuck, you know? And they slap their hands down. Chapter 30, Operation Baby Satyr. In what they ironically refer to among themselves as a Hail Mary, the kids have hatched a new mass enlightenment strategy. After intentionally sacrificing some 330 million people to create an immense reservoir of shadow, they will now introduce to humanity the means to burn that shadow to power the engines that will pull the Earth's civilizations out of their suicidal nosedive and create the conditions in which Eschaton can finally be resolved. It begins with the activation of an archetypal complex buried deep in humanity's collective unconscious. Chapter 31, the horned god awakens. In the Imaginal Realm, an ancient god sits up after a long slumber, yawns, stretches, scratches behind his horns, smooths his beard. His first waking thought is of her. His mother, his reason for being. She is as close as the marrow of his immortal bones, yet that aspect of her that is his lover seems very far away. He calls. As he listens for her response, he becomes aware of clamor and clangor. This must have been what awakened him. It's good, this noise. It stirs him. Brings to mind wild parties in the hills and deep forests of Europa. Women with snakes and thyrsuses, high on red-capped mushrooms, getting naked and zany and tearing apart anyone unfortunate enough to get in their way. Good fucking times. He finds the source of the ruckus at the center of the overlapping consciousness fields of hundreds of teenagers. And damn if this noise is not forest wood and mountain or brought to life by lightning. Looking out through 1,000 eyes and listening through 1,000 ears and glorified by all the wet pussies and hard dicks, the horned god thinks, well, all fucking right. Now this is a party. It's proper pandemonium, the likes of which he has not heard in far, far too long. Yeah, he likes this noise, this rock and roll. No, he fucking loves it. He touches the musicians. They sneer, they sway, they savagely thrust. They twirl and caper and drop to their knees, an appropriate response to the mysterium tremendum it fascinans that has possessed them. The kids, they lose their shit. The horned god knows an opportunity when he sees one. He makes this new music his music. To the extent he can, given the limitations of these silly coddled children who never drink blood or fuck trees or dance in the moonlight with the children from under the earth, he impregnates their records with his essence, which is his infinite desire for her. When the turntables spin and the needles drop, he is there. He is there, and the kids keep losing their shit, and every time they do, their love for these songs imbues them with a little more magic. He puts ideas in their heads, images. They put him on t-shirts and posters. They get his name wrong. They mistake him for the adversary. It makes him laugh. The adversary has been making aggressive moves. Trying to bring the game to an end, and with it, all life on Earth. Leaving the horned god no one to play with. Fuck that. Because way up there in the blinding pleroma, a decisive move has been made in the great game. The eons are plotting her return to historical time. The horned god doesn't know how is involved. He just knows he is. These human kids think the hand sign has taught them summons demons, but really it is an assertion of his love for the goddess. When they throw the horns, these rock and rollers are saying fuck yeah to her and her obscure plan for the future. Always and forever, fuck yeah, ma. Their enthusiasm sets the stage for what comes next. Because some of the records these kids have made really are magic. Old magic. They pack the power of mighty Dayu's thunderbolt. And there are just so many of them. It looks to the horned god like somebody up there is stockpiling ammunition for a war. This is going to be fun. Chapter 32, The New Johnny Bravo. In a tiny apartment in a large city in the darkest of worlds, a lonely man has a strange idea. With the intention of causing change in conformity with his will, he uses a Sharpie on a yellow legal pad to write a sentence. Teach me to do magic, David Bowie, it says. He crosses out vowels and repeated consonants. He rearranges the remaining letters into a witcher-looking glyph. A sigil. Then he takes a large dose of mushrooms, puts on side one of the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust and the spiders from Mars, concentrates on that sigil with all his might, and waits to see what happens. What happens is a divine invasion. The top floors of his apartment building are ripped away and flung off into space. Suspended above him is a black isosceles triangle the length of a basketball court on each side, blotting out the stars. Floating down from it on a beam of light is a humanoid figure with a magenta mullet and glowing blue and gold eyes. A blazing red lightning bolt bisects the chalk white skin of his forehead. He is wearing a purple lame tailcoat over a skin-tight silver lame spacesuit with a shiny red belt and knee-high platform boots. He must be 10 feet tall. "Hello, spaceboy," the humanoid says in a Cockney accent. "I'm Caesar G. Stardust, Herald of the Holy Ma." Caesar G informs the lonely man he's been assigned a task. He will teach the world a new way to religion. When the lonely man demurs, what he actually says is, no, fuck no, no fucking way." The herald sighs and glances up as if to say, "God grant me strength." Then lifting one hand to make a gesture that in another context might indicate an enthusiasm for heavy metal, he locks eyes with the lonely man. Directly into his mind, Caesar G incepts the design for a working prototype of a psychedelic religion of the science-fictional future, plus the desperate urge to build it, plus the irresistible compulsion to get the world to try it, plus a regretful acknowledgement that not only are the odds of success for this endeavor astronomical, likely it is a suicide mission. "Nothing personal, spaceboy," says Caesar G, still hovering in midair. He winks. "It's just that you fit the suit. So you get the gig." And then just like that, he and his black triangle are gone. The lonely man is hands and knees on the floor of his tiny apartment. His whole body trembles. Smoke rises from his head and shoulders in wispy trails. It smells of roses. He looks up to see rippling walls. He is, after all, tripping balls on mushrooms and an intact ceiling. Apparently the top of the building has been replaced. In his headphones, the last echoes of Mick Ronson's feedback guitar solo at the end of Moonage Daydream are fading away. Hauling on the back of his office chair, he climbs unsteadily to his feet. Sits. Opens a web browser. Despite screen text that keeps fractally warping and whirling, as well as a forgotten password that requires resetting, he manages to log into an online registrar. There he secures the domain www.firstchurchofdavidbowie.com. The next day he gets to work. Chapter 33, Everything That Happens is Perfect. It's not long before the lonely man realizes this whole thing might be exactly what it says on the metaphorical box, religion of the science-fictional future. It's preposterous. It's amazing. But part of it is unbearably sad. A meditation on the terrible fate of the young writer Anne Frank, who died in Bergen-Belsen. And part of it is so awful it defies comprehension. The instruction manual packaged with the download explains that entities in the highest reaches of existence, the gods, basically intentionally sacrificed hundreds of millions of people as part of a strategy to overcome the devil and guide humanity into a bright future. This has something to do with solving the mystery of the universe. He really doesn't get that part. But all those people, according to the manual, as immortal spirits in the next world, they made a decision to incarnate on Earth in circumstances that would eventually, inevitably lead to abhorrent, humiliating, excruciating deaths. They never had a chance. They never asked for a chance. For the good of all humankind, they sacrificed themselves. They were martyrs. In this religion of the future, Anne Frank is a kind of saint. Now not just a poor teenage girl unfairly, obscenely torn from life, she is the martyred innocent, a stand-in for all those who lost their lives to the god's mad scheme. One night during a Phonomantic rite, the lonely man is performing alone in his garage. He has a vision. It comes straight from the goddess. He knows this because it has a pellucid quality, like it's more real than real. And because everything in it is limned in the most gorgeous crackling blue light. Pure magic. Her magic. He sees a heart-shaped silver locket on a chain. Inscribed on its face is the letter A in delicate script. When he looks inside he finds an school portrait. Everything that happens is perfect, a girl whispers in his ear. The myth of the martyred innocent is like a mash-up of the fall of man in the Garden of Eden and the crucifixion of Christ on Calvary, the lonely man wrote later, on a blog that no one read. It is a new original sin that must be expiated before it is the end of us all. Chapter 34, Our Lady Death. When he sings the song that illustrates these ideas, the lonely man costumes himself as the Mexican folk saint La Santa Muerte. A syncretic mix of the Virgin Mary and the Aztec goddess Mictlantecuhtli, Santa Muerte, Our Lady Death, is a negative Madonna whose womb is the grave. Onstage as Santa Muerte, he wears a black funeral dress, a blue robe, a skull mask, a black mantilla, and a golden crown. In his skeleton-gloved hands he holds a portrait of Anne Frank. People leave offerings of candy, cigarettes, cash, and tequila at his feet. Santa Muerte frightens the lonely man a little. But the goddess is not just Demeter, or Annapurna, or Nuit. She's also Lilith, and Kali, and Eris, and yes, Santa Muerte. To truly know the goddess, to offer her the gift of his deepest comprehension, he must stretch himself to become intimately familiar with all her aspects, no matter how deep and dark and scary. Santa Muerte is the Holy Ma, he reminds himself. Love her accordingly. It gets easier with practice. Chapter 35, The Holy Fire. Even in private rehearsal at the entheogenic, Ma Artemis insisted they sit quietly until the coda of Two-Headed Boy Part 2 was over. Veronica watched her face as they listened to Jeff Mangum put down his guitar, get up from his chair and walk away, wondering what she was thinking. When the song finally ended with the click of a tape recorder being turned off, Marty blinked, brightened, then turned to face her trainee Phonomancer. "Your singing has improved a lot," she said. "I've been practicing every day," Veronica said. "And I saw something in the Phonomancers that helped." "Ooh, what was that?" Ma Artemis asked. Never one to miss an opportunity to train, she had slid to the floor to work her way into a hand balance with one leg jutting out at 90 degrees and the other folded over it to rest on the back of an arm. As Veronica was distracted by Marty's impressive triceps, her answer was a beat late. It was the part where Pa Dammit explains his bagpipe analogy. Refresh my memory? Marty knew perfectly well what it was, Veronica was sure. But this too was a training opportunity. By explaining, Veronica would improve her own understanding. He said when it comes to singing, the human body is analogous to both a woodwind and a string instrument. You can think of the breath as a bow you draw across the vocal cords to elicit sound. To get a consistent tone, the action needs to be firm and steady, whether the pressure is light or heavy. At the same time, she continued, it's like bagpipes, in that your lungs are like the air bladder, and you squeeze down on them to force air over the cords, which act like a reed. The thorax, throat, mouth, and sinus cavities are the resonators that shape the pitch. For each note, and for each timbral variation on a note, you have to get them into the right configuration. Kind of like the way your fingers press the holes on the chanter, the melody pipe. Now Marty was balancing on one hand. Okay, I can see that. So how did it help? Thinking about my body as a musical instrument really helped demystify the process of singing. It's not much different than learning to dance or turn into a pretzel. She grinned at Marty, who had moved into an inverted pose Veronica had never seen before. Then she said, it's just a matter of really being aware of what's going on in my vocal tract and adjusting those shapes until I get the sound I want. Veronica! Marty exclaimed. That was so excellently put. Now tell me the metaphysical implications of that analogy. Said Veronica. Oh, you don't know the vision of the garden? Well, we'll talk about it next time. Come on. Veronica said. Don't leave me hanging. Ma Artemis glanced at her phone. Technically, your lesson is over. If you're going to make me work overtime, you'll have to pay by, holding scale pose with me. As soon as your butt touches the ground, I'm done talking. Every frustrating situation is a training opportunity, it said in the Phonomancer player's handbook. Veronica swallowed her grumbles and sat on the entheogenic floor cross-legged. When Marty nodded go, she pressed her palms into the floor until her straightening arms lifted her up off the rubber mat. Marty grinned and joined her. According to his blog, During the ceremony conducted on June 18, 2020, Parareality had a vision of plants growing in a garden. They resembled bamboo shoots, but they had holes of various sizes at odd intervals up and down and all around their whole length. When he looked closer, he realized that what he'd thought was bamboo was actually flesh. These weren't plants, they were grotesque yet oddly beautiful representations of human beings. But at the same time, they were flutes. Living flutes. He thought, we are each a musical instrument cultivated by the goddess in her garden of time for the purpose of sounding a note crucial for the symphony of events she has composed. That's amazing, Veronica said through gritted teeth. Her lower abs were burning merrily. It is amazing. Marty sat rock solid atop her arms. She was over 6 feet tall, big-hipped and muscular. How could someone that big make this look so easy? But what's really amazing is what happened later, after he'd thought of the bagpipe analogy. He remembered this vision. And understood the implications. She grinned wickedly. You know what they were? What? Veronica whisper screamed. Her arms were trembling violently. Collapse was imminent. But she was not going to quit. Not when she'd suffered this far. Correct breathing supplies a flow of energy that makes singing feel effortless. All you have to do is shape that energy correctly to achieve the results you want. Now, the ancient Greek word for breath is pneuma, and it was used to indicate spirit or soul. If we are magical flesh flutes. They both burst out laughing. Veronica fell over. If we are sentient musical instruments grown in the goddess garden of time, Marty went on, finally lowering herself, then she is the breath that sounds the note we offer. With her palms supinated, she lifted both hands in horns and bowed her head reverentially. Life can be effortless. Our whole existence a song that goes, fuck yeah. All we have to do is open ourselves to the spirit ceaselessly pouring through us and shape it according to our will. And the more our will is in alignment with hers, the sweeter and more resonant the tone we produce. That's what Parareality understood. Fuck yeah, Veronica whispered. Goosebumps. Chapter 36, Superconductor. In physics, superconductivity is a set of physical properties observed in certain materials. It is when electrical resistance disappears. Chapter 37, 10 billion Christs. After weeks of travel, Ged emerged from the alien jungle to climb the rocky promontory where Caesar Stardust had abandoned him. And sure enough, there he was, 10 feet of pipe cleaners wrapped in purple and silver lame and topped with a magenta mullet. He smiled down at Ged scrambling through the scree and pink bushes. Congratulations on your success, Caesar said. The Earth may yet survive. Are you ready to go home? I sure am, Ged said, distracted by the herald's use of the conditional clause, may yet. Had he found what was needed to save his world, or what? He looked around. Something was missing. Where's your starship? You don't need it, Caesar said. Not anymore. And then he explained that in addition to knowledge of his soul and an understanding of his life's purpose, Ged had collected a third treasure. You and your soul are two halves of a remarkable artifact of spiritual technology, Caesar said. Together you form a receiver that channels the energies of the self, what's known as a CZ-JIC reactor. That's self with a capital S, by the way. The self is an aspect of the Godhead, formed from the union of the feminine and masculine divine. Think of it as the child of the Holy Ma. It is the root node of every human spirit. Its deepest desire is for every person to realize his or her ultimate identity, and it will go to any lengths, including sacrificing itself, to promote that cause. Ged, united with your soul, you can constellate aspects of your consciousness to become a hot-blooded superconductor for the energies of the self. You can channel it directly into your world, for the benefit of all. That carpenter from a town in the middle of nowhere, Jesus of Nazareth, is the most famous example of such a superconductor. But there have been others, and now the time has come to train more, and more, and more. The only hope your world has of avoiding self-destruction is not the return of the Christ, one single Christ, but the emergence of 10 billion Christs. 10 billion people who have met their souls and learned to function as lanterns that burn with the light of the self. You, Ged, are going to teach them how to do that. Ah, that sounds great, Ged allowed. But how am I supposed to get home? Where is your ship? The self is a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere, Caesarji said. Much to Ged's horror, he began fading from sight. Realize your identity as the self, and you can be wherever you want. Wait! Ged cried. Wait! But the herald was gone. Once again Ged was alone on a rocky promontory that looked out over an endless alien ocean, and he was so very far from home. But you're not alone, his soul reminded him, ever patient. And then, once again, she offered counsel. The trick she taught him was very neat indeed. And much to Ged's surprise, the sound of traveling in an instant the 400 light-years from the Pleiades to all the way home was a song called I'm Alive by the Electric Light Orchestra. Chapter 38, Assassination. Excerpted from Phonomanticism on Wikipedia. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/phonomanticism. Manseau was killed on March 24, 2027 by 30-year-old Richard Rusty Templeton, a database programmer from Spokane, Washington. According to FBI investigators, Templeton was a regular on Christian nationalist chat forums and social media, where Manseau was increasingly being memified as an Antichrist agent who would put Christian families in concentration camps if allowed to proceed with his stated ambition of making Phonomanticism the American religion of the 23rd century, the world religion of the 24th, and the interstellar religion of the 25th. Manseau, 2024. Templeton's radicalization accelerated when a young woman from Tacoma he'd met on a Christian dating site, Tanis Schenk, began attending showings of the first Church of David Bowie shamanic cabaret at a theater in Seattle and broke contact with him. As Templeton wrote on his Facebook page, I know Tanis loved me. She told me so many times, I am filled with Christ's love for you. Then she started hanging out with this cult. They gave her drugs and filled her head with devilish nonsense, and now, oh, big surprise, she claims she doesn't love me, not like that. Because she is brainwashed. That lesbo tranny cult brainwashed her. She is a brainwashed bitch. It's not legal, they take drugs. Why won't the cops doing, something about it? On the evening of March 30th, Templeton drove to Tacoma, broke into Schenk's apartment, and waited for her to come home from her job as an emergency room nurse at Multicare General Hospital. According to police investigators, she entered her apartment, put her bag down in the hall, then went into the kitchen, where Schenk shot her. Neighbors alerted by the sound of gunfire entered the apartment to find Schenk unresponsive on the floor. There were no signs of struggle. After exiting Schenk's apartment through the window he'd entered, Templeton drove to Seattle, where Manseau and the cast of the Phonomancers were preparing for the premiere of Manseau's entheogenic The Sacred Marriage of Mary and Jesus at the Century Ballroom, located at 915 E Pine Street in the Capitol Hill district. As Templeton later told investigators, after arriving he left his car in a public parking structure, then walked over to the ballroom. He arrived in time to see Manseau and his group exiting, and as they passed him on the sidewalk, he heard them discussing where to have lunch. Walking around the block to kill time until their return, he found a discarded cardboard sign asking for spare change, and returned to the theater entrance to wait, disguised as a panhandler. Witnesses interviewed later said they saw a young man panhandling with one hand holding a sign and the other in the pocket of his parka. When Manseau and his entourage returned, Templeton called "Pa damn it." Manseau turned toward him, smiling, and stepped forward. Templeton drew his gun and fired 3 times, hitting Manseau twice. Maestrid Gilberto, who was a witness, wrote, "The United States has seen dozens of political assassinations, but this was a religious assassination. Rusty Templeton thought Pa Dammit was a threat to Christian values, and he was right. Because in America now, intolerance and violence and misogyny and transphobia are contemporary Christian values, and the methods and beliefs Sean taught are intended to replace a religion that has become deeply perverted. My hand was on the door to the sanctuary when I heard the gunshots. I heard 2 quick pops that were as loud as an airliner crashing into a building, and as I was turning to look, the glass door exploded next to my head. That was the 3rd shot, which went wide because Ma Jenny Rose and Pa Joachim tackled Templeton. Jenny Rose snapped his elbow with an armbar, but I heard about that later. Even though I was further away, somehow I got to Sean first. I knelt next to him and slid my arm under his head, to get him off the dirty sidewalk, which was a stupid thing to do. I think it obstructed his breathing. Then he looked up at me. He looks me straight in the eye and says, "Squat better." Then he starts laughing, because those were what he always said he wanted his last words to be. The smug fucking asshole. And there I am, thinking about how I'm feeling at this moment of incredible horror, wondering how it's possible to both hate and love someone so much at the same time. It still amazes me, and yet, that's what we had trained to do, to have that kind of self-awareness no matter what stresses we experience. When they make the movie about his life, when they stage this scene, this is the image they need to focus on. Sean laughing and coughing up blood, and me crying my eyes out and laughing too. Because this was what he always said was going to happen, and it did happen, and that should be all the proof anyone ever needs to know that everything about the cabaret and everything he told us about the goddess and the future, it was true. All true. So get with the program. Gilberto, 2052. At a pre-charging mental competency hearing, psychiatrist Dr. Denise Rasmussen diagnosed Templeton with acute onset schizophrenia, characterized by oral hallucinations and homicidal ideations, and suggested he should not stand trial. The court considered her opinion but rejected it. Templeton was found compos mentis, tried for 2 counts of first-degree murder, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison. He was paroled in 2066, having served 39 years at Coyote Ridge Correctional Center. He joined the St. Jimi Hendrix Entheogenic in Seattle and attended a number of ceremonies before he died in 2070. Statements made by members of the Gang of Five, Manseau's inner circle, would seem to indicate that they did not believe Templeton was wholly responsible for his actions. Given that he'd had no previous history of diagnosed mental illness, they claimed that his behavior was a classic example of psychopathology according to their model of shamanic psychology. Templeton had been preyed upon by a non-physical entity that had infiltrated his local psychic space and planted suggestive thoughts that led to violence. Hence, he was a victim as much a perpetrator. No official position was taken on this perspective by Popular Psionics Press, publisher of Phonomancer. Chapter 39, Legion of Shamanic Superheroes. Sunlight slants through tall windows. It's quiet on the training floor. The tumult of evening classes is a couple hours away. Seated on a stack of bumper plates, Car Ganymede scrubs the knurling of a barbell with a stiff-bristled brush. Ma Christie exits the office and walks onto the rubber mats brandishing her tablet. Per the notes from our meeting, Christie says, "I've just rewritten the entheogen's mission statement. It's effing fire. Want to hear it?" "Hit me," says Ganymede. Ma Christie clears her throat. "Shamanic superheroes," she reads, "are visionary virtuosos who have achieved superhuman levels of entheogenic fitness. Having overcome all resistance, internal and external, they superconduct into the world the energies of Ka, the archetype of the self. Shamanic superheroes image who they want to be and strive to realize it. They collaborate with others to develop a vision for the future and do the work and make the sacrifices necessary to achieve it. They dance in the discotheque at the end of the universe. For humanity to survive the challenges before us will need legion upon legion of these shamanic superheroes, who have a why that allows them to endure anyhow. The St. Debbie Harry Entheogem is where they will be forged." Christie looks up to gauge Car Ganymede's reaction. Eyes distant, they nod slowly, lips pursed. Then they beam. They tap their left shoulder with their right hand, pull that hand back to point at the ceiling, then make a fist, then throw the horns. Ma Christie grins and returns the salute. Together, to the stars, forever, fuck yeah. Chapter 40, Make It Right. Excerpted from Phonomanticism on Wikipedia. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/phonomanticism. The narrative monologue that opens the unfrank working of the First Church of David Bowie shamanic cabaret describes humanity's path to its destiny as being blocked by a massive black wall made of coffin-sized stone blocks. Each block symbolizes a human life lost to genocide. Manseau stated the ultimate purpose of the cabaret was preparation for a ritualized act of penance in which the participant has a visionary experience of unfrank suffering and death in Bergen-Belsen. He claimed that each time a person performed this rite of atonement, one block was removed from the wall, allowing building pressure to escape, and forestalling an apocalypse. In the complex neon-Gnostic mythology Manseau laid out, the Holocaust and earlier genocides were part of a monstrous pawn sacrifice made by higher-order entities playing a kind of real-time strategy game experienced at this level of reality as history. It was meant to build up a terrific charge of negative energy which could be tapped in order to help propel humanity into the science-fictional future, where they would be the citizens of the transcendent they were always meant to become. Manseau, 2019. The key to this, he proclaimed, would be a religion that taught people first to recognize and integrate their individual shadow, and then that of their society. Manseau's soteriology was somewhat myopically focused on the American collective shadow. According to him, it contained the Vietnam War, slavery, and the extermination of the native peoples of North America, but also the US's vast economic and culture exploitation of other countries, support of authoritarian regimes, and massive sales of military weapons that caused countless deaths in small-scale conflicts. In the Phonomancer myth, America is the selfish, greedy protagonist who faces damnation, confronts the damage he's done, and pleads for a chance to change his ways. When clemency is granted, in his ecstatic gratitude he uses his bountiful resources to bring about a happy ending for all. We've done some good in the world, but it doesn't excuse the wrongs we've committed. When you do this work, you realize that it's what early Christians called metanoia, a change of heart. As a nation we need to have what I call, only somewhat tongue-in-cheek, a come-to-Jesus moment. It's when you know, in your bones, that saying I'm sorry isn't enough. You have to find a way to make things right. Manseau, 2025. The United States, he maintained, was directly responsible for a very large amount of human suffering in the modern age. But due to its status as an economic superpower, it was in the best possible position to address that suffering. In a New Yorker interview he said, "Profound social change can only come about by the spiritual transformation of large groups of individuals. But Christianity has become so perverted from its original mission that its adherents have actually used it to justify their crimes. This is why we need a new religion, one based on a unique, direct, personal experience of a transcendent reality. I call it a new religion, but really it's an old religion. The only real religion." Historically, the problem has been that eventually people always manage to lose the unmediated knowledge of God, and substitute doctrine. Doctrine hardens into dogma, and dogma disguised as religion has done tremendous damage. Doctrinal disputes can be avoided by acknowledging that what is experienced through mystical praxis is a transcendent reality that cannot be accurately represented in conceptual thought. Thus all descriptions or depictions of this transcendent reality are metaphors, not to be taken literally, and therefore not worth fighting about. They are all true, but only true to the extent they convey meaning or aesthetic emotion to the individual. By remembering this, by making it the front and center truth, we can prevent this spiritual transformation from calcifying into an institution of social control. Manseau, 2025. Make it right was an early byword in the Phonomantic church. At first it was implemented on a local scale, as communities based around urban cabaret practice groups began collecting trash from homeless camps clustered around highway on-ramps. Phonamanticists also supported and helped pass city ordinances that decriminalized drug possession and created free treatment clinics for those with drug dependencies. Programs were instituted that allowed homeless people participating in entheogenic group workouts to avail themselves of a free shower and change of clothes. This led many to participation in Phonomantic rites. Studies conducted by Johns Hopkins University, Rice University, et al. Indicated that Phonomantic practice in conjunction with attendance of 12-step group meetings permanently alleviated drug dependency in 80% of test subjects. As the practicing membership in entheogens grew in numbers from the dozens to the hundreds to the tens of thousands and up, they threw their weight and donations behind groups lobbying for the cause of reparations to the descendants of American slaves, resulting in a formal apology by President Wednesday Collins in 2089 and the passing of laws, the Marfa Initiative, that created a broad range of programs and endowments intended to provide some succor for the descendants of slaves. By the late 21st century, this political momentum had grown into what was popularly described as the come-to-Jesus moment Manseau had predicted, as political candidates openly expounded the global reparations movement. As Rihanna Delaney Washington, a member of the St. Joey Ramone entheogen in Forest Hills, Queens, said when she was sworn in as Senate Majority Leader in 2098. I want the world to know that an ever-growing number of Americans have looked into our hearts, and we see we've done you wrong. We recognize our wealth was built in large part on the exploitation of other countries who didn't have privileged access to the resources we did, or who didn't benefit from accidents of history. We recognize we have inflicted terrible harm on those peoples whose leaders did not bow to the policy dictates of our government. We recognize our industrial economy is one of the primary causes of the climate catastrophe that is befalling coastal peoples around the world. We just want to say, we are so fucking sorry. So very, very sorry. And we are going to change. We are going to harness to your plight the most powerful economy the world has ever seen, and we are going to tow you out of the mire. We're going to the stars, baby, and we are taking you with us. Chapter 41, The Phonomantic Princess. From the first time she joined the cabaret at the St. Freddie Mercury entheogen, it was obvious she had the holy fire. She danced like the love child of Salome and James Brown. She sang the songs better than the artists on the sacred recordings. Participants standing 20 feet away said they could feel the target emotions radiating from her body. It was phonomantic talent like no one had ever seen. And she married it to a monomaniacal desire to excel. She trained and studied 12 hours a day. Singing, dancing, acting, meditating. Dramaturgy and musicology and anthropology and depth psychology and comparative religious studies. In ceremony she dazzled with her ability to virtually incarnate the performers, male and female, whose recordings she used to enter the deepest trance states. She became the youngest analyst ever certified by the Young Institute in Zurich. Hers was the first entheotainment ever to earn the EGOT. Alluding to a musical genius of the 20th century, people called her the Phonomantic Princess. They wondered if she was the purple one returned. She doesn't think so. She's not sure who she was last time around. They must have done a pretty good job of things though, because she is loving the life she lives. It feels like a reward. Chapter 42, Suffragette City. It's the year 2323. Nation-states still exist, but they have receded in importance as political organizing structures. Increasingly, humanity regards itself as inhabiting a single, unified civilization. Some people call it Metropolis. Some people call it the New Atlantis. Others call it Suffragette City. Religions still exist too, but there are hundreds, thousands of new ones, and even the hoary old relics from the Axial Age have experienced a profound upgrade. What's triggered these changes? Psychedelics have become widely adopted as a means for achieving a direct experience of transcendent reality. Based on this, a new paradigm has emerged for understanding the religious experience. It is now widely accepted that there is no correct religion, it's all a matter of taste. What's important is if a set of practices and beliefs A actually shows you God and transforms you, and B is fun. In many parts of the world, the most important cultural events are extravagant theatrical spectacles designed to enable and condition experiences of the sacred. Religion has become art, and art is religion, and entheogenic fitness is a cultural value. People strive to achieve visionary virtuosity. Suffragette City is a world populated by shamanic superheroes. As precursors to further spiritual evolution, new ideas are highly prized. But it's been recognized that new ideas that result in new cultures are best grown in relative isolation. Thus there are orbital cities connected by a honeycomb pattern of glowing blue light that envelopes the entire globe. Chapter 43: Indra's Network. Each of those orbital cities is a cultural petri dish, a shining jewel that is a vertex in the network of light that shelters the world. Gifted artists, actors, musicians, writers, and engineers with similar tastes move in together and then seal themselves off from the world. Working in relative isolation for generations, they develop an aesthetic based on their shared values. Something unique, something the world has never seen before. Then they unveil the results. Artists from other culture colonies absorb whatever of these new ideas tickle their fancy, and if they're particularly titillated, they form alliances which result in more culture experiments and more novelty. What they are seeking is new ways to experience the sacred. Every month, millions of people engage in psychedelic rituals called entheotainments that allow them to learn to see God through the eyes of gifted artists. These rituals flood their networked minds with great ideas that continue to drive their civilization to new heights, and they are united by belief in a myth that is no less effective for being acknowledged as myth. They are enacting a plan concocted by the gods to find a solution to a puzzle posed by the great goddess. It supplies an answer to the question humanity has learnt to ask itself: who do you want to be? The answer, it turns out, is that they want to be a house party 10 billion strong and getting bigger all the time. They want to grow up to be creators of worlds and dancers in the discotheque at the end of the universe. They want to be gods. Which is exactly what Carol Sophia imagined. Chapter 44: Space and Beyond. Excerpted from Phonomanticism on Wikipedia. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/phonomanticism. Manseau's dream of Phonomanticism becoming the first interstellar religion came a step closer to realization when his so-called prototype entheotainment, the first Church of David Bowie shamanic cabaret, was performed by 550 participants in the Kuan habitat of the equatorial orbital ring on March 24, 2327, the 300th anniversary of his death. It was broadcast live in VR space. Earthside, it is estimated an additional 330 million phonomancers, in venues ranging in size from basement temples to football stadiums, together performed the rites of transformation, purification, and atonement. Chapter 45: Eschatology. Phonomancer expert story explaining the final destiny of humankind and the whole of creation kicks all kinds of ass. Chapter 46: The discotheque at the end of the universe. In a marble temple atop a mountain, Greg, Marsha, Peter, Jan, Bobby, and Cindy have gathered to watch the results of their Hail Mary. A gentle breeze wafts curtains hung in the portico. The kids are in the conversation pit situated in the middle of the cellar. Seated on couches around a gaming table, they lean forward to study the board, tightly clasping each other's hands. Cindy says what they are all thinking. "Holy shit," she breathes. "It works." Being gods outside of time, they can watch events as they unfold, but simultaneously plot the causal chain to see outcomes. Until this point, their attempts to divine the future have been frustrated by Lou's ability to weave fiendish shrouds of probabilistic uncertainty. Events would crackle and spark like a lit fuse only to sputter out in damp disappointment. But there's now a glowing golden line threading through the chaos of game space from the present moment to desired outcome. They had placed on the board 7 Johnny Bravos, women and men who fit the suit, which is to say, had the necessary combination of alienation, inclination, education, creativity, and courage. 6 of these resistance drove to self-destruction. 1 had managed, somehow, to survive. So stubborn, Jan exults. You all said I was too hard on him, he was going to break, but he didn't, and he got it done. After learning to split the atom of popular music to unleash the horned God energy contained therein, and then self-evolving his consciousness to harness this energy for the purpose of gnosis, this Johnny Bravo had followed to the letter the instructions he'd been given and created a working prototype of a psychedelic religion of the science-fictional future. But no one read his books. No one watched his videos. No one came to his shows. He languished in a purgatory of neglect for years, growing more despondent, edging close to despair. This had indeed been Jan's doing. As his designer and trainer, she insisted they wait on providing this Johnny Bravo the resources he needed to draw the world's attention. Let resistance assume they considered this candidate suboptimal and adjust his strategy accordingly. This Johnny Bravo is perfectly camouflaged, she had said. He thinks he's a loser. He's tired and bored and sad and thinks every day about buying a gun and putting an end to things. But I'm telling you, he won't do it. The weight in his heart is an anvil, but embedded in that anvil is a sword whose name is perseverance. He won't quit. The key to solving Eschaton, she continued, is figuring out the story Carol Sophia wants to tell. You know she loves those all is lost, darkest before the dawn moments. Let's give her what she wants. So they did. They waited, and waited, and waited, and the Johnny Bravo faded each day, until he was nearly invisible. But he did not quit, and finally Jan gave the nod and the kids gifted him the miracle he'd requested. Suddenly Johnny Bravo was able to buy all the attention he could ever need. He became a whole new Johnny Bravo. He hired a production company, a brand designer, a social media manager. He hired TV writers and Jungian analysts and social psychologists and professors of comparative religion. He hired special effects artists and professional singer-dancer actors he could train as phonomancers. He made a YouTube reality show and a feature-length documentary. He made a fantasy TV show directed by Baz Luhrmann that went to number 3 on Netflix and staged huge Broadway productions. He taught the world a new mass enlightenment strategy, but packaged it as such delicious entertainment hardly anyone minded. And it worked. After the Beatles arrived on American TV, 1 million kids got their hands on guitars, basses, and drums and went out into their parents' garages to form bands. That was rehearsal for the spiritual renaissance about to sweep the world. As word about Phonomancy got out, people started making their own Phonomantic rites with their friends. There were hip-hop rites, new country rites, zouk rites, bhangra rites. Each was a portrait of the divine as the creating artists understood it. This emir succeeded where all others failed because new Johnny Bravo simply said, here's a method, here's what I'm doing with it. If that appeals, let's have a party. Otherwise feel free to take what I've done and make it your own. If you get better results, let me know. Instead of the dead-eyed and heavy-footed orthodoxy encouraged by traditional approaches, this new way to religion encouraged creativity and nimble, pragmatic curiosity. People asked, does this deep-played game of make-believe get me up close and personal with my preferred version of ultimate reality? Will it change me? Will it charge me? Is it fun? Does it work? They had realized when it comes to religion, whether it's fun and if it works are all that matters. The fact that new Johnny Bravo had provided evidence for his claims by predicting his own assassination was just the mythopoeic icing on the cake. The kids watch all this unfold in real time, savoring the drama and the triumph. People learn to access the energies of God however they define it. They perform the collective shadow work that turns 7 centuries of wanton butchery into an energy source that will power the future. Adherents of established religions perpetrate predictable violence to defend their worlds of make-believe. Draconian laws are passed and thousands are killed or jailed, nevertheless, these efforts are futile. By the early 23rd century, hundreds of millions of people around the globe are using phonomancy to discover the underlying reality of the transcendent. Societal values begin to shift. Responsibility to the future becomes a priority second only to making sure that everyone currently alive is provided for. Humanity builds a global and eventually interstellar civilization. In this civilization, people live for the times they can gather to celebrate each other and the source of all. They consume the psychedelic substantia and party and carry on. They sing and dance and act until their spirits catch fire and gods speak from the flames. They push their limits to learn more, and more, and more, so they can create even better art, and give even greater thanks. When finally the player characters of Samsara establish direct communication with the citizens of Elysium, victory over resistance is at hand. Once almost indistinguishable from raw chaos, Samsara is now a perfectly engineered metaphysical Rube Goldberg device, a sublime symphony of serendipity and synchronicity. Human beings on Earth, citizens of Elysium and Hyperreal and Edina, saints and illuminated masters, angels and archangels and thrones and principalities, devas and buddhas, all genuflect in or before a light without heat of such dazzling incandescence that it can only be the eruption of self-aware consciousness into a critical mass of sentient beings. Ma redeems the material universe. Eschaton, solved. The angels and devas and elder gods just can't believe the genius of it. So clever, so utterly unexpected, so elegant. So full of pathos yet so wittily hilarious. It's fucking perfect. Of course it is. Make no mistake, it was the kids' strategy, their killer move, but always this was the Holy Ma's plan, the ne plus ultra happy ending she'd been plotting all along. This particular creation climaxes in a wild dance party with nebulae for smoke machines and supernovas for the light show. The intergalactic sound system pumps the grooviest jam ever written, and everyone everywhere sings along. The chorus goes, praise the 10 billion names of the one who makes dreams come true. The entheotainments of samsara are mirrored at all levels of the divine network of being. It's the discotheque at the end of the universe. Greg puts on the outfit he's been saving for this moment, striped pants, suede vest with fringes dangling to his knees, polka dot shirt, green sunglasses, headband. The rest of the kids dress up too. Then they pull the dance floor over the sunken couches, shine spotlights on the mirror ball, cue up the ABBA, call over all the angels and demons they know, and get down to the serious business of throwing a bash in honor of their mom, Carol Sophia. When she arrives, Bobby asks Cindy, "Why is Mom crying?" "Because she's so happy," Cindy says, then pulls him into line with the other kids so they can do the dance routine they've been preparing for so long. Chapter 47, Return of the Morning Star. When Eschaton is solved, when finally a critical mass of sentient beings at our level of reality incarnate the goddess in their consciousness and the agony of the universe is justified, Lou remembers the context for his exile. It's all been a game. He walks out of his cold black prison and onto the sun-drenched beach below the lake house. When Greg and Marcia and Peter and Jan and Bobby and Cindy spot him from the double swing on the wraparound porch, they charge down the lawn to dogpile him. They lay in a tangle for an hour, laughing and joking and reliving their favorite moments of the mystery. Lou's siblings tell him they've already hung this latest universe in the gallery so they could admire the viciousness of his play. "I honestly thought we were fucked," Cindy says. "That was too close," Peter says, miming wiping sweat from his brow. Then Carol Sophia is there, holding a picnic basket. While the other kids lay out the red and white checked blanket and arrange cheddar slices on Triscuits and pour the wine, Lou goes to her. Of course, the Divine Mother and her firstborn child were never really apart. He is a thought in her mind. But for Lou to play adversary in games of Eschaton, he must be more than insensible to that connection. He must embody its opposite. It's only now that he understands her absence was the abyss in which he's abided for so many billions of years. For her sake he suffered hell. An absolute aloneness only he, of all the eons, is strong enough to endure. It's necessary. Without Lou playing adversary there would be no conflict, and therefore no stories. He never flinches from this terrible responsibility. Never complains. Still, he's barely more than a boy. He starts crying. He can't help it. He's missed his mom so much. Carol kisses the tears from Lou's cheeks and holds him like she'll never let him go. She will, of course, when it's time again to play. But for now, her morning star is home. My hero, she whispers in his ear. Chapter 48, The Problem of Evil. The problem of evil is how to reconcile ostensibly gratuitous or non-transformative suffering with the idea of an omniscient, omnipotent, and benevolent God. The question is often stated as, how could a loving God allow this to happen? It's applied to everything from a child dying of leukemia to the Holocaust. According to Phonomancer expert mythology, the problem of evil is resolved in the idea of God Des as author of all authors. Chapter 49, Author of all authors. The great goddess is, in a sense, a young girl on the floor of her room with her toys arranged around her. Sitting alone in a shaft of sunlight, she's lost in play. Her consort the horned god, and her children, and all the angels and demons, and us, we poor mortals, are nothing more, or less, than characters in the stories she is telling herself. We are instances of her imagination. Good stories, and really, how could she make up anything else, require ups and downs, wins and losses, tragedies and triumphs. Her loving nature does not override her right to do with us as she pleases, throw whatever tortures our way she can dream up. After all, without damnation, there could be no salvation, and Ma already has in mind the greatest happy ending that anyone, even she, could ever conceive. It is a conclusion that consecrates the horrors of existence. None of us, could we see it in its totality, would change one thing about it, no matter how we suffer now. And the goddess is guiding us to it. Universes burst into being, then fizzle out, civilizations rise and fall, loves are won, lives are lost. Author and audience of our stories, she is fascinated by the jams we get ourselves into, the way we deal with them, and especially how we feel about it all. To her, emotions are beautiful, no matter how painful they are to us. And contemplation of beauty throughout eternity is the function of being. That is the source of our misery, and our glory. Glory to us. Glorious. Chapter 50, Grace. In this final vignette, Ma Artemis confronts heartbreak and receives reassurance from the goddess that all is well, all manner of things shall be well. Chapter 51, Bearing the Unbearable. As the participants take their seats, a singing saw and a trumpet are having a duet. The sound is haunting, but also a little comedic, like a conversation between a ghostly abbot and Costello. What's playing is the intro to Two-Headed Boy Part 2, by Neutral Milk Hotel. It's usually one of Ma Artemis' favorite moments in the whole cabaret. Right now though she's just glad they're almost done. Ma Artemis has a broken heart. The woman she loves left last week for a job overseas, ending their relationship. She knew going into ceremony this would make her vulnerable to the depredations of resistance, but even with her vast experience, today has been rough. Dealing with an onslaught of painful emotions while executing her responsibilities as lead phonomancer has left her exhausted. But duty calls. Jeff Mangum begins strumming a bar chord on his guitar, and when he sings, Ma Artemis joins him. Daddy, please hear this song that I sing. In your heart there's a spark that just screams. Eyes shut tight in concentration, she strives to bring out harmonics in her voice that match Jeff's twanging nasality. And she reaches deep for the courage to enter the emotional space of the song. Its target emotion, according to the chiron on the screens, is Saudade, a profound melancholic yearning for someone you love. In the context of the Anne Frank working, it's about bearing the unbearable. Not just bearing it, but endorsing it, seeing it as perfect. Perfect because everything is part of the divine plan, even the worst things, like the murder of a young woman with promising talent. It's in our brave submission to the inescapable that we transcend ourselves, Pa Dammit wrote. Fuck yeah. At the moment, Ma Artemis might beg to differ. The inescapable is a boot on her neck. How can she submit to resistance when it is so gleefully demanding submission? As one part of her mind tracks her vocal performance, adequate, and another the lyrics she is filtering through her consciousness, in your heart is a spark that just screams. For a lover to bring a child to your chest. Ouch, the still small voice in her heart responds. It says, everything that happens is part of the glorious story the goddess is telling herself. Your direct experience of the divine presence provides the perspective to say a wholehearted yes to the wonderful and terrible alike. Even things like Madeleine leaving the home you made to start a new life on the other side of the world. When the song gets to its B section, it goes, in my dreams you're alive, and you're crying. As your mouth moves in mine, soft and sweet. The traditional vocal arrangement has one of the rhythm phonomancers add a lower harmony to the melody, as if to offer some comfort and support. Ma Artemis duets with her friend Pa Mercury. From his platform he looks at her, a hand over his heart. He knows what she's going through. She sings another verse. It ends with don't you take this away, I'm still wanting my face on your cheek. Then it's time for everyone to join for the chorus, which goes. And when we break, we'll wait for our miracle. God is a place where some holy spectacle lies. The sound of the participants' blended voices is so beautiful it makes Marty's eyes sting. Every week members rehearse their parts. They tune their voices to the recording to create these moments of sacred meaning. To her it seems that for all the gnosis and self-actualization produced by playing Phonomancer, it's really that simple coming together to make something beautiful that is the purpose of Saint Debbie Harry entheogenic. Something shifts in her chest. She feels it as a physical door opening in her heart. Suddenly a sense of the mysterium tremendum et fascinans startles Ma Artemis. Part of what had made today so difficult was that the psychedelic medicine never really opened for her, despite her superheroic dose. The weight of her sadness had smothered it. She'd experienced all the stress of a heavy psychedelic trip, but never the magic. She'd been lost in the shadows of Maya. But now, incredibly, miraculously, the magic is here. Time slows as a sensation begins to build of current passing through her body. Her arms rise. Her back arches. Her mouth opens. Oh my God, it's happening, she thinks. It's happening, it's happening, it's happening, oh my God, oh my God. In her mind's eye she sees her enveloping darkness spark with magic and swiftly combust. As the shadows in her heart burn with the holy fire, they illuminate the endless vault of heaven. Centered in it are roiling clouds that open in a vesica Pisces whose edges reflect the light of a world beyond, and from that aperture emerges a mountain-tall skeleton in a hooded cloak. Trimmed with gold and covered with brilliant, coruscating stars, the cloak is the blue of a midnight sky. Despite the cowled figure's terrible death's head grin, Ma Artemis is not afraid. She is agog. For almost 6 months, ever since things started to go sideways with Madeleine, Marty has been using tulpomancy to cultivate a relationship with La Santa Muerte, to whom her grandmother had been devoted. Marty found it easy to confide in this syncretic folk saint, who liked tequila and cigarettes and caramellos and cash money, just like her abuela. No answer to her petitions ever seemed to come. And yet now here she is, La Santissima, towering above. She clasps the hem of her tilma in her skeletal hands. She opens her starry cloak wide. From within pour lives. Thousands, millions, billions of stories. They swirl around Marty's head like a blizzard of tiny gems. Each is a solid-state hexagonal prism, yet she catches within them glimpses of loyalty promised, vows broken, cruelties inflicted, mercies tendered, conventions followed, chances taken. Human moments from birth to death. One of them is Marty's story. For just a second Ma Artemis sees it as the goddess does, a jewel sparkling in the radiance of heaven. She's dazzled by the very ache of it. This thing of beauty is her joy forever. And ever. And ever. And ever. And ever. Marty is astonished to learn her pain reflects pain primordial. Her broken heart is not prima facie evidence of being unlovable. It is an event orchestrated by first cause to feel less lonely. And it will be redeemed. All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Ma Artemis had been standing before her mic stand. Now she finds herself on her knees, hands clasped between her breasts. Everyone else is singing, and when we break, we'll wait for our miracle. God is a place where you will wait for the rest of your life. That's the second half of the final chorus. The whole vision and her timeless contemplation of it had come in the space of a heartbeat. She opens her eyes. Pa Mercury mouths, "You okay?" And she nods. She is better than okay. At this moment, she feels better than she ever has in her life. Gracias, abuela, she thinks. Ma Artemis climbs to her feet, swelling with grief, pride, joy, acceptance, courage, yearning, and a glorious sense of mission, juxtaposed and superimposed like sacred geometry. Her heartbreak is not forgotten, but it has been justified. The miracle is coming. Marty knows it's coming. The question is, how will she conduct herself in the meantime? Will she plod into the future, grudging and resentful, or will she dance along her path, no matter what obstacles stand in the way? Is she going to help build Suffragette City or not? The choice is hers. Two-headed boy. She is all you could need, she sings with Jeff Mangum. Their voices rasp like sheets of silk torn in tandem as his guitar's eighth note strumming slows to a halt. She will feed you tomatoes and radio wire, and retire to sheets safe and clean. But don't hate her when she gets up to leave. There's a creaking sound of hands scraping across guitar strings. Then a click as Jeff turns off the mechanical device recording his performance. The temple is silent. Marty says quietly, "Thank you, Ma. Thank you for everything." Then she leads her students in the final exercise of the day. Part 8. Afterward. Chapter 1. Have fun creating the future. Read all you want about bats and balls and throwing and catching and the distance between home plate and the pitcher's mound, but until you get out in the sunshine to take some swings, you'll never learn to play baseball. The Phonomancer Player's Handbook provides a lot of information about how to use this particular parareality game to have a really good time, become the best version of yourself, and glory in the perfection of the Holy Ma. But there's so much more to it. And that you'll only discover by giving Phonomancer a whirl. Good luck! And remember, just about anything you can enjoy by yourself is even more fun when others join in. This is especially true when it comes to creating the future. Chapter 2. How to become a shamanic superhero in 11 easy steps. 1. Learn the Phonomancer basic goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts. 2. Get good at phonomancy by choosing an entheotainment and training with it. 3. Develop the skills that will make you better at phonomancy. 4. As you accrue experiences and insights, allow them to inform your idea of who you are and how you conduct yourself in the world. 5. Recognize that the way you live your life can be part of your efforts to become better at phonomancy, and vice versa. In other words, become a better person to be a better phonomancer, and become a better phonomancer to become a better person. 6. Learn Phonomancer advanced and expert goals, practices, beliefs, and concepts. Utilize them to expand your idea of the possible. 7. Push your limits. 8. As your skills advance and your experiences deepen, learn to access the energies of the goddess. 9. Channel those energies into the world for the good of all by pursuing your dreams, looking out for the people around you, and building communities that can offer refuge from the scourges of loneliness, anxiety, and depression. 10. Imagine an ideal future in which everyone has the chance to realize their highest potentials. 11. Build it.